Pro model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at agrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at agrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
everyone, and welcome back to the second day of the world's biggest React conference. Day one was filled with insightful talks, discussions, great speakers, and amazing networking opportunities. So we're excited to see what day two has in store for us. Let's make it even better than day one.
Yeah, I'm super excited and thrilled to be here. Hey again, everyone. Day two is going to be awesome, and it's so good to see you all. Hey again, Andronica. How's it going?
Hey, Josh. My name is Andronica Klaas, and I'm a QA engineering lead at the home of React Meta. I currently specialize in compliance and privacy, and I'm thrilled to be a part of this day. So throughout the day, please make sure that you reach out to me on Twitter/X. My handle is Andronica_Klaas. Let's get to chatting.
And hey everyone, I'm Josh Goldberg. I'm a full-time independent open source maintainer in the TypeScript ecosystem. I'm also the author of the O'Reilly Learning TypeScript book and Microsoft MVP for developer technologies. You can find me on Twitter and basically every other social media network as Joshua K. Goldberg. Always happy to chat.
Nice to meet you again, Josh. We have people that are tuning in from everywhere. But in case you're wondering how many people are part of this conversation today, we are looking at 14,791, which is so exciting and amazing. And we want to say to each and every one of you, hi, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And we're excited to talk about React with you. Talking about everywhere, if you're interested in finding out where people are coming in from, we're talking about Asia, North America, South America, Europe, Australia. We have people tuning in from everywhere. We are international.
14,791. Amazing. We, of course, also want to thank our gold sponsors, without whom this event would not have been possible. So thank you, Sentry, Content AI, GraphBase, Focus Reactive, Clerk, and Cloudflare.
And also, let's not forget our media partners. A huge thank you to all of our media partners.
And also, shout out and thanks lastly to the program committee. Thanks, fellow PC members. I think we did a wonderful thing, and I'm really excited and was thrilled to work with y'all. Hey again. But also, audience members, hello, we want to see and hear from you. So please post/tweet on Twitter/X and LinkedIn with the hashtag ReactSummitUS. We want to see photos of what's going on at your end, where you're tuning in from, what your setup looks like. And we've got a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and some pretty sweet t-shirts. So hit us up and you might win some. This is what's going on my end. It was nice holding Jerry for the 2 seconds while it lasted, but now he's next to me on the windowsill. Dronica, I believe this next photo is of you.
Well, Josh, no Jerry on my end, so not as fortunate as you, but I do have you guys, my amazing setup, and I am excited to connect.
Definitely. And in case you need any additional incentive, look at these freaking t-shirts. Amazing, beautiful. I want one, and I'm sad that we are not eligible. But it's going to be a great time. Please tweet at us.
Yeah, Josh, I'm with you on that one. I do wish that I could get a t-shirt, but it's for the amazing attendees, so no hard feelings. For the conference agenda and all information, please visit our website at reactsummit.us. Again, the website is reactsummit.us. And if you want to continue the conversation, make sure that you join our Discord server. Find the link in the timeline and the org email. To stay updated on announcements, connect with remote speakers and attendees. Do not miss out. You want to be sure that you are connected. And don't forget to ask questions to the speakers in the Q&A channels.
Yeah, we want to hear them. Here's a screenshot of what the navigation on the website looks like. The main screen has a video player that plays the live feed, and then on the bottom below it, we've got a timeline of events that are happening in the conference. Just zooming in, focusing a little bit, you can see the timeline has 2 tracks, the Summit track and the Basecamp track. You can see what's live at the moment, what came previously, and what's coming up next.
That is some pretty exciting stuff. Additionally, you can also join discussion rooms on spatial.chat, which we'll discuss shortly. But if you're lost at any point, please write to us in the hashtag troubleshooting channel on Discord. We're here to help and make sure that you have an amazing experience with us. Now, talking about spatial.chat, if you want to hang out with fellow attendees, speakers, watch the live stream together, and join discussion rooms, go to spatial.chat and find the button on the watch page.
Yeah, for those discussion rooms, we got 3 really exciting topics, some of my favorite things in tech. First, we got accessibility, how to convince your team to do it, how to implement it, and how to maintain it. Then we've got TypeScript, generally awesome to TypeScript and talk about it. And then we also have design systems, another very fun thing. So I'm looking forward to all of them. You can also check out job offers from our sponsors at reactsummit.us/reactjobs or by scanning the QR code on the screen. There are all sorts of jobs there, front end in general, and especially React jobs, so check them out. You've also got the perks from our sponsors at reactsummit.us/perks. Again, you can scan the QR code on the slide or visit the URL directly.
That sounds exciting. All right, so as always, we want everybody to feel safe and have a good time during our event. We have a code of conduct at getnation.org/COC. Please go and read it. If anytime you feel there's been a violation, please email coc@getnation.org and we'll take care of it right away. We don't want anybody to feel any sort of a way that isn't great about this experience. So we don't tolerate any form of harassment in any of the channels. That includes Twitter, Spatial Chat, and Discord. And also, your feedback is incredibly valuable to us. It allows us to continually improve the event. Please visit React Summit /feedback to share your thoughts and insights. Feel free to fill out the form at any point during the event. We want to hear from you. And also, did you know that there are free remote workshops after the main conference? Be sure to register for them at portal.getnation.org. One of the workshops is the Gateway to Backend, a front-end developer's guide to stack development by the Redwood JS team. I'm looking forward to hearing that.
Yeah, me too. We've also got another exciting one, Let AI Be Your Docs with Jesse Hall. It's going to help us unleash the power of AI in our documentation with a hands-on workshop. Jesse will guide us through the process of creating a dynamic doc site supercharged with AI, ChatGPT. Lastly, we've got a double workshop. We've got Building Reusable Server Components in Next.js with Will Bishop and Metin. In this workshop, attendees will learn what React server components are, how to effectively build and use them in Next.js, and focus on one of the advantages of both React and Next.js, which is reusability through components. So please check out the Get Nation portal to get more information about all of the remote workshops.
This is all really, really exciting stuff. I am looking forward to it. Okay, enough from Josh and I. We are ready to get started. So let's go ahead and kick this off.
All right, let's start our Basecamp track. First up, we've got Nitya. Nitya is a PhD in Polyglot with 20 plus years of software research and development experience. She's a visual storyteller and developer advocate at Microsoft, where she builds code and content to empower JavaScript developers to do more with Cloud plus AI. This talk is called Want to Build an Enterprise-Grade App? Tear One Down. I'm real excited about this. And as always, go to the base-camp-qna channel on Discord and leave some claps and ask your questions for Nitya there. Nitya, the stage is yours.
Hello, my name is Nitya Narasimhan. I'm a cloud advocate on the AI advocacy team at Microsoft. And today, I want to talk to you about how you can build an enterprise-grade application by tearing one down. So you might be asking yourself, why do I need this skill? We've all been here. You might think of a scenario where you've joined a new development team in an enterprise organization, and on day one, you're faced with an assignment where you realize you have a gap in your learning because your team has been commissioned to build a multi-scenario app that is enterprise-grade in conjunction with other teams, and you need to make a decision on the development environment and the design architecture that you want to use. What do? The challenge is that we have a knowledge gap. Most of us, and it's very much like this meme about how to draw a horse, many of us know core concepts, we know building blocks, we've built functional applications, that can help us kind of showcase, demo things to small audiences. But a production grade app is like that finished diagram, the finished picture. And between that functional prototype and the production ready version is a gap in learning. And those small details are missing in all the things that we try to learn. So how do we skill up? How do we fill this gap? I'm going to recommend we do it in 3 steps. First, find a reference implementation that provides an example of what you want to build. Deconstruct it to learn how they did it, and then transfer that knowledge to your own application requirements. So at the end of this talk, hopefully you'll know how you can go from having identified your knowledge gap to having transferred the knowledge from deconstructing an open source reference implementation to your own project. So the first step is to find a good reference sample. I think about it as a 3 criteria process. First, you want to look for something that's open source because you do want to unpack and look underneath to see how things were implemented. Second, a good reference sample should teach you patterns. You don't want to just implement things. You want it to have something that is transferable, good design practices that make sense to other applications. And third, you want a use case that provides coverage for the kinds of requirements you have. So for instance, if your application is going to have an authentication scenario, look for a reference sample that has one too. So in this talk, we're going to focus on Contoso Real Estate. It is an open source enterprise-grade reference implementation from the JavaScript advocacy team at Microsoft. Now, Contoso is a fictitious global corporation, and the Contoso Real Estate application builds a reference implementation of an onboarding app for new hires in that org. And as you can see, it's a multi-scenario implementation. It has a content management scenario. It has a scenario which has 2 apps, a blog app where admins can fill in blog articles and have those blogs be read by both guests and new hires alike, and a portal app where admins populate the content management system with rentals in the area, and new hires can then use the portal to browse available rentals, save them to their profile, and reserve them with a payment. But most importantly, we knew that we had to design an architecture that could be extended to new scenarios. So as we get started, what you need to do if you want to follow along is to go ahead and create a copy of this. Fork the repo and use the URL that I've given in the text below. That's because this reference implementation is actively under development. So I want to make sure you had a stable branch. So look for aka.ms/contoso-real estate-react-summit-2023. Uncheck the main branch box so that it's actually copying over all the branches, and then look for the React Summit branch in your fork. At this point, we are ready to start deconstructing. The very first thing you want to do is understand or answer the question of development environment. How should we set up our development environment? In our reference implementation, we advocate for GitHub code spaces, or rather for a dev container environment. So let me quickly show you what that looks like. So when you forked the repo and switched to that particular branch, you want to go look at the code dropdown and start a new code space. In my case, I already have one running. So I dropped it and you can see that I have one running. And when you launch it, it takes a little bit of time, but when you're done, you're actually going to see something like this. So as you can see, you have what looks like a Visual Studio Code experience right in your browser, but it's connected to a runtime environment that can actually run this application for you. So let's take a look at what a dev container is. So in this particular case, you're going to learn 2 things. First, a dev container is a Docker container that runs in the cloud in the case of GitHub code spaces. But the pattern that you're going to understand is that it uses configuration as code. That environment is defined by a dev container.json file that you can check in along with your code base. You can version control it, you can modify it, you can share it with others. And what it does is it ensures that anyone who uses this project is set up with the exact same environment in which they can build, debug, and deploy. Once you've done that, this is optional, but I encourage you to install GitHub Copilot Chat. And I'm sure you're going to show you really quickly why that's useful. So what GitHub Copilot Chat does is it provides an AI assistant, but that AI assistant is sitting right in VS Code. So in my case, I've already installed it. And when I click on this, I get a chat assistant right in my VS Code experience. And what that means is when I'm stuck with a particular question, so for instance, I can ask it, what is GitHub code spaces, right? And instead of going out from this to Google and then coming back and context switching, I ask it right here and it gives me a response in context. But it can do more. I can ask it, so I can use things like commands like explain and say, explain what this does, right? But now what it's doing is it's actually taking this and looking at the file that you've got open here, which is devcontainer.json, and saying, oh, let me explain what this does, which is it's a dev container. And now you can actually, and it combines the two and follows this up with, do you want to understand the benefits of code spaces? So what you've got is an AI assistant that stays in line with your flow, but also has the context for what you're working on in your development environment and can customize its responses to help you. And as you can see over here, you can not only get it to explain things, you can get it to generate code, you can get it to fix code, simplify it, create notebooks, create workspaces, and also just free-form queries or instructions. So now you have your development environment. You know that your code is already there. What can you do? Next, we want to build and preview the app right there in the browser to validate the fact that that reference implementation actually works for our needs. In my case, I already have that running, and you'll notice that in the instructions, it tells us how to get started building and previewing it. And what you need to do is fork the repo, start GitHub code spaces, then run npm install and npm start. I already did that here. And what that gives me is this set of ports that show you all these different services started up. And we can see we have a portal app, and I can actually launch this portal app and preview what that looks like. Note that that's running in a dev container, but when I actually click on it, it forwards that port and I can see it in the browser in my development device, in my local device. Here's what that ConToast experience looks like. I'm a guest user. I can browse listings, so I can go in and look at a particular listing. And let's just say that I'm kind of going to go in and see a spacious family apartment, right? Now, to reserve it, I can go ahead and log in. This particular stage, it's actually using an emulator because we can allow testing in our local environment. But you can see that now I have an authentication token that's been used. And over here, I can go in now and try to book one of these apartments. So let's say I pick some kind of a renting period. Let's say I plan to go in for the new year, right? And I can try to reserve this now. And when I do that, you can see that the reservation is complete. I can go to my reservations, and now my reservations history shows that I just made a new reservation for January 15th to 30th. And I can see that my payment history shows that I just paid for it. But wait, there's one more thing. I can also go into the listings and I can browse them and save something. So maybe a charming apartment close to the train station. And when I do that and go back to my profile, it's saved. So you can see that we have a fully functioning experience right here in the browser, launched from the development environment that we've set up in code spaces. So we're already more than halfway there. What can we do next? Now we're going to talk about the design architecture. You noticed in our use case that we had multiple scenarios. So here's how that architecture allows us to prioritize the scenarios. Build a blog first, then add the portal, then add authentication, then add payments, then add search, and so on. And composable enterprise is a pattern that's driven by an API first design. You start by building your API specification first, and we use OpenAPI. And then you can allow the teams to go off and build their components against this API without having dependencies on each other. And the interesting thing in this that we want to look at is how this architecture gets mapped. Can you actually deconstruct it to figure out how it gets mapped to the content in our code base? And you can see that quite clearly, as the documentation tells you, because we're using a mono repo since we have multiple teams, and now every one of those scenarios is mapped clearly to a package in our code base. Then let's go to the last step in the process. We've done all the development. Now we want to deploy it. So over here, I'm actually just going to play this video because we don't want to really deploy it to Azure. But this is the last thing that you're going to take away from deconstruction. Deploying a complex multi-scenario app is not easy. You need to provision the backend. You can see here we're using a command called azd provision. You need to provision the backend or your cloud with all the resources you need. And then you need to deploy your application and set up a CI/CD workflow so that every push to production is actually updating that deployment. I'm going to speed through this in the thing of interest, but you can see that there's an azd deploy. And by the end of this, we now have a running application in the cloud. But why did I bring this up? Because AZD is Azure Developer CLI. It's a unified tool that simplifies your deployment from that code space to the cloud with one tool. And it's driven by another pattern, infrastructure as code. In your code base, you will find an azure.yaml file that describes the resources and configuration for your deployment to Azure. AZD looks at this YAML file and is able to automate that process for you. With that, we come to the end of this talk. If I did my job right, you should be able to see how you can now transfer this knowledge to your own user scenarios. Set up a monorepo, use dev containers for a consistent development environment, design for composability with an API-first approach, activate GitHub Copilot so you have help to kind of figure out how things work, deploy with AZD if you're deploying to Azure. You can find out more about the other items on that list. This is what we learned today, but I'll leave you with 3 resources to look at. I had to compress what is essentially a 6-hour video series into 10 minutes. I encourage you to go look at the Learn Live link where we deconstruct this application step by step over 4 episodes from our initial design all the way through deployment. And I hope you have fun deconstructing your next open source app. Thank you.
Wow, thank you. That was an amazing talk. And everyone, don't forget to ask your questions to the speaker on Discord for everyone. Next up, we've got Medhat with Beyond First Load Speed with INP. Medhat is a senior software engineer at Miro and a Google developer expert in web technologies with extended experience in several web technologies. Through his writings on his blog, online video courses, and talks, he likes to share learnings, tips, and tricks on how to write cleaner and more reusable code and useful dev tools usage. He also likes to speak about web performance and how to ship a fast and accessible web application to everyone. That all sounds great. Go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps, and ask your questions for Medhat there as well. Medhat, the stage is yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Medhat Dawood. I'm a senior software engineer working for Miro and a Google developer expert in web performance. Today I'm very excited to take you on a journey for a new metric called IMP added to the Core Web Vitals, or would be for the Core Web Vitals in early 2024, but this time it is beyond the first load speed. So let's get started. Today I'm going to talk about 4 things. First of all, an introduction about the Core Web Vitals and why we needed IMP. So what IMP is measuring in the first place and how to optimize for IMP. So without further ado, Core Web Vitals are a bunch of metrics that has been added to the browser in order to measure the user experience. The first one is LCP, or largest contentful bit, to measure the time it takes until you load the first and biggest object in the screen above the fold. And the second one is CLS, or cumulative layout shift. It measures the visual stability for elements. So you don't have any shifts happening in this page after loading the page. And the third one is first input delay, or for short, it's FID. And this is the most important one that we need to talk about today. So all of them can be measured easily using either field testing or RAM testing, as we call it, using something like Page Speed Insights and Chrome User Experience Reports, or lab testing, or also known as syntactic testing, using Lighthouse or DevTools. Some of them cannot be measured using syntactic testing, as I will explain in a bit. So gaps we find in first input delay. It has some shortage. Google find out that first input delay only for the first interaction and only until the browser starts processing. This will be explained in a bit, but the most important thing is that most of the users are not interacting to the user until it is fully loaded. So 90% of the users are not really measuring for FID, which means that it's not really a good indicator that it is a good user experience or not. So they introduce interaction to next pint, or for short, IMP. IMP is to measure multiple things: tab, click, key press until the next screen update, not only for the input delay. And you can find this example for a frustrating experience. If you are clicking multiple times on one element, here's our friend is clicking twice on this menu to open it because the first one didn't really interact, and unfortunately the second one closed the menu for them. So this is pretty frustrating. And this action is called rage clicks. And the more you have rage clicks, the less experience you have, and the worse the interaction to next paint will be. So that's why the IMP is coming in the first place to enhance this and lower this experience as much as possible. IMP is now created and it can be measured already in the page speed and size under the other notable metrics, but early 2024 it will be moved up to the Core Web Vitals and will contribute to your ranking on Google search. This is measured in page speed and size or Chrome user experience report, because it is requiring a real user to interact with it. However, you can measure something like TBT or total blocking time in order to measure this fade or IMP. That is a good indication as well that you have a problem or not using synthetic testing. So what does IMP is measuring? This is a normal task that you will find in any performance tab. That is normal because it's under 50 milliseconds. However, in most cases, you will find a different task that is blocking task. It's a long task more than 50 milliseconds. It will be marked like this with a red strip. And this is called blocking task or blocking for the main thread. This means that any input is happening during this long task or blocking task will be delayed until the main thread is idle so they can interact with the user. And this is exactly the reason we have fed or IMP in the first place. So for this example, if we have these blocking tasks in the beginning, if we consider this as the blocking tasks of loading the page, so this is the first time it happens, that blocking task, but the user starts interacting, this is fed. It's only measuring this part, input delay, until it starts processing time. But IMP is measuring this full thing, input delay, processing time, presentation delay, and so on. So it's not only for the first input delay, and it's also for all the interaction for the user during the experience in your page, not only the first one like fit. IMP, based on research, shows that it should be under 200 milliseconds in order to be considered a good. But anything above 500 milliseconds is considered poor or bad. You need to interact immediately. So how to optimize for IMP? As a rule of thumb, don't block the main thread. This is the main problem that we are trying to fix here. So how to do that? Breaking down your long tasks. Here is a quick example of a function that is calling 5 different functions. So obviously, this function is a long task calling 5 different functions underneath it, as you can see down there. So how to do that? How to fix it for IMP? Easily, we made a small change here. We just added all the functions in an array, loop over them, and call them. But after calling each of them, we are making a small thing here. We are calling yield to main thread. This is just a tweak. It's just a fallback, a workaround to yield to main thread using set time out. This means that each of these functions will run in a different task. And as you can see now, based on this implementation, you will find 5 different tasks is running in the main thread instead of one long task. That's a quick win, in my opinion. However, you can use another solution, navigator scheduling .is input pending. This means that you are not going to yield to main thread every time. You can check for this one, and every time you have a pending input, you can just yield. Here's an example. You're running everything from your setting or save settings function, but you are checking every time before yielding. Is there a user input pending? If no, just continue. This long task in this case is not really affecting the user experience. But if there's any delayed or pending user input, we're going to break it, run it, and interact with the user and continue from there. I have to tell you that this support for this one is very good for Chromium. However, for Safari and Firefox, they are not really good. So take care of when you are doing that, or at least implement your own fallback in case you are running or your users are running in a different browser than Chromium based. Another option is scheduler to .post task. In this case, you can pass any function of these functions and give it priority. This one is user blocking. So in this case, it's not going to yield for the user. There's 2 other options, user visible or background. Background is the least priority. And in this case, if the user interacts with the page while one of these tasks with background priority running, it's not going to be blocking. It will be immediately responding to the user. Have to tell you as well that this is not fully supported yet. It's supported well in Chromium-based browsers, but Safari is working hard to that. Safari, is not supporting it. Firefox is working hard in order to deliver it as soon as possible. So yeah, all the things I talked about today will be found in these resources. I will make sure to share this presentation afterwards on my Twitter. So feel free to follow me on Twitter handle or find more topics like this one on my blog. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was stupendous. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers on Discord. And one little reminder, everyone, we want to see your photos on Twitter/X and LinkedIn. Take a photo of how, where, and what you're viewing us on and with, and tweet it at us with hashtag ReactSummitUS. Tweet, post, whatever you call it. We have a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and some sweet t-shirts. So just use the hashtag, send us some good stuff. We're looking forward to seeing it all. One more thank you, by the way, goes to our sponsor, AGGrid. AGGrid is the world's leading JavaScript data grid with support for React, Angular, Vue, Solid.js, all sorts of good stuff. AGGrid will make your applications look great. Let AGGrid do the hard work, and you take all the credit. Next up, we've got Chris with Road to Zero Lint Failures, tackling code quality challenges at scale. Chris is a senior staff software engineer at LinkedIn, based in New York City, shout out New York, working on the media experiences you encounter on LinkedIn.com. Chris leads the linting strategy for LinkedIn's flagship web application and brings together different teams and personalities to achieve shared goals related to web infrastructure, product strategy, and resolving long-standing issues. Everyone go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps and some questions for Chris. Chris, the stage is yours.
Hi, and welcome to Road to Zero Lint Failures. I'm Chris Ng, and I'm a senior staff software engineer at LinkedIn. Today, I'll be talking about our journey from thousands of lint failures to zero. So why lint rules? Lint rules ensure consistency, bug prevention, and maintenance. It allows us to scale guidance to all the other teams within LinkedIn to ensure that everyone is covered with the latest and greatest code standards and also edge cases to prevent common mistakes and ensure that the code base is consistent and deterministic when we're doing migrations. We run our lint rules in 3 stages: during development, pre-commit, and pre-merge. This way, you are alerted when you are violating a lint rule as early as possible before involving other engineers. So what's the problem, right? Let's add all the lint rules. I think this is a common conception. Unfortunately, in real life, we face scaling issues. So code quality at scale. For context, our code base at LinkedIn is over 8 years old. React was version 0.13 at the time this repo was created. We have over 24,000 files and over 100K commits. This is compounded by having a lot of lint failures already existing in the code base as we are starting this process. I believe there was over 7,000 lint failures when we started the road to zero. This is also coupled with an ever-increasing amount of lint failures being introduced to the code base due to either introducing new lint rules or introducing new code which does not fix existing lint failures. So ideally, right, you come to a campsite and you leave it better than you found it. That's kind of like the campsite analogy. The problem is, what if you come to a campsite when it already looks like this? Pretty dirty, lots of lint failures. Are you very incentivized to clean this up? So what we found out was that a lot of people are not very incentivized to clean this up. So we started adding some rules to limit the amount of lint failures are getting introduced to the code base. We started blocking commits when there are lint failures in the files that are changed. We set limits to certain teams. Say like you can have 10 lint failures for your particular team. We've done a two-step review process where there was like a group of people who were enforcing, for lack of a better term, the standards in the code base. Some of these work and some of them didn't work, but didn't quite get us to 0 lint failures. So let's visit the analogy again, right? Like, how does this fail our analogy? So if we block commits, we have this tool review system, but your manager now tells you, hey, you need to land something really, really fast. What do you think is going to happen, right? What we saw happen is that people code around the problem, either by asking someone for an exemption or actually physically coding around the problem by introducing a new class or something like that, and then ship it. Avoid all the issues, get it to production, get it to members as fast as possible, and get the impact that you want. This kind of like really ruins the campsite analogy, right? That's why we introduced a new rule where every lint rule that's introduced must fix all existing errors before we can enable it as a lint rule, as an error severity lint rule. That means we stop the bleeding, right? Like there are no new lint rules that are getting added that makes existing files hard to maintain. But then as a lint author, you're like, what if there's 1,000 errors? I have to fix all 1,000 errors? I don't know how to fix all these existing errors. I don't have time to do this. What if I break something, cause a prod issue? What we kind of like figured out was that these are existing issues that people who work on the code base day to day have to deal with when they see a lint failure, and they're not incentivized to fix it, right? And so the lint author kind of needs to be in the same page as the lint or the people who are getting linted. So the road to 0 lint failures, it's all about incentives. That's kind of like the story here. The way we ran it was kind of a carrot over a stick. We provided people with lots of technical support. Every question would get an answer as soon as possible, most within the same hour, but we tried to keep it within the same day. We provided shoutouts when someone cleaned up a lint failure. We provided very good developer experience. We really targeted the actual developer fixing the lint failures, as well as giving them visibility once they've fixed some lint failures in the code base, and as well as recognition. So the way we made it easy for engineers fixing lint failures was providing tooling. We identified the errors, we identified the owners, we kept this list up to date and made it very simple to use. Not a new tool for an engineer to learn, just kind of like the list for them to see what the failures are and who are the owners. We were kind of like beneficiaries of a different initiative where we had a single owner per file. This ensures responsibility and accountability for every file in our code base. So our first kind of like MVP version of our tool was literally just kind of like a very like, I don't know what you call this, like year 2000 web page where we just break down all the ES lint failures by team, by lint rule, and also by team and lint rule, so that you can kind of like visualize for your team how many are you responsible for and where are they in your code base, these lint failures. It updated nightly. It ran off someone's machine actually on his desk, which was unfortunately actually one time shut down during COVID, and we had to get someone to turn it back on. We had warnings, errors, and disables counted in each cron job. So this is kind of like a view of the breakdown by lint rule, where we show you the file name. If you click in this file name, it'll bring you to the GitHub page. Just that easy. Find out what your lint failures are for your team and where is it. That way you understand how much you're committing to when you're trying to fix something. We use a tool called Checkup, which is essentially like a node runner where every night it would run these tasks. They come with some built-in tasks for JavaScript, ESLint, where we can run a plugin and it will run ESLint in your entire code base and then give you a structured format. So this is like an example run of Checkup. It'll give you a Sarah file, which is kind of like a structured format. This is an example of the Sarah file, which we parsed in our tool to show you that nice diagram. And then we updated our tooling to the company standard of UIs. I believe this is Docusaurus, just so it's easier to visualize. And every week we give each team a red, green, or yellow scorecard. Green if you've decreased your lint failures or if you're at 0. Yellow if there's no decrease or increase, and red if it's an increase in lint failures. This is very important because what we've seen is a lot of people regress, not due to their fault or any particular kind of like nefarious means, but just kind of like stuff happens and it's easy for us to see these regressions and try to fix it right away. This is like an example of a scorecard we would send out. It's manual email. We shout out 2 to 3 engineers per email. Try to really give them recognition when they fix some lint failures. But really the kind of like learning that we found was that getting to 0 was very, very hard. This is kind of like the graph that we had through the journey, where you can see the last mile was very, very hard to get to. It took almost half the time to just finish the last couple hundred. But sustainability matters, right? That last mile really matters. This is an example of kind of like a file with lots of lint failures. It's not really nice to work on this file, right? Compared to like a file without lint failures. It's much easier to understand the file. There's no hidden kind of like work for you to do. Everything is clear and cut out. So what we learned, focusing in the individual really helped, giving personal shout outs and really trying to keep the regressions minimal. We kind of cleaned up over like 6,000 lint failures, took a little over a year and kind of contributed the whole community. We had 55 unique contributors to this effort. At the end of it, in our kind of like quarterly surveys, we've seen an increase of 30% in how people perceive their code quality after this initiative. And we still kind of added new lint rules while we were running this initiative, with over 80 lint rules added to our config, with over, again, like 45 contributors adding these lint changes. And that's it. Thank you so much for attending my talk.
Well, that was great. Thank you so much. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers on Discord. Now we've got Robert, suspense for data fetching, how to fetch during render. Robert is a staff software engineer at Pinterest and is going to give us a great talk about all the upcoming latest and greatest stuff with React, suspense, and fetching. Everyone go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps, and ask some questions for Robert. He'll surely answer them there. Robert, the stage is yours.
In this talk, I'm going to discuss how to fetch data during the initial render of a component. But before we get to how to fetch during render, we should first discuss why. Why do we want to fetch data during render? Well, we fetch data because we need it to show the user something useful. Duh. But why make the network request during render? Well, the sooner we fetch, the sooner we can show the user what they want to see, and the better user experience we can provide. So fetching during the initial render is preferable to fetching in an effect, which necessarily occurs after a component initially renders, sometimes far later. But is that the best we can do? What about fetching in advance. Consider a button that, when clicked, shows a modal which needs data. We could start the network request when the user clicks that button, meaning that the network request will start before the initial render, and we'll be able to show the relevant content to the user even sooner. That's awesome. Okay, so fetching in advance is better than fetching during render. So why fetch during render at all? Well, in some cases, it's the best you can do. Consider a modal that is shown based on some opaque function of some hard-to-reason-about Redux state. Basically, we don't really know why this modal is shown or under what conditions. And in situations like that, it might be difficult to determine an appropriate moment to start that network request. So the best we can do is to fetch during render. As an aside, nothing in my presentation is really about fetching per se. Fetching is just an example of a side effect that should be performed only once and must be cleaned up. Now, the cleanup we want to do for fetching is to garbage collect the data we received from the network if the UI no longer needs it, so that on low-end devices we avoid running out of memory. But more generically, if a component renders twice, we want to avoid fetching twice, and instead reuse that same network request. So another side effect that we must perform is to note somewhere that we've already made an identical network request. And the cleanup we want to do is to, after let's say 30 seconds, remove the item from the cache, because next time we render that component, we do actually want to make a network request. So what are some of the other examples of side effects we could perform like this? Well, we could fire off some analytics. We could have the server start crunching some numbers we're going to need later. Those pretty much everything I'm going to say about fetching during render applies to those as well. Okay, so now we can finally get to how to fetch during render. Let's keep it simple. Can we just make the darn API call during the render function? Well, unfortunately, React can call your component's render function multiple times. And on the second render, we'd really like to reuse that previous network request. So can we use hooks? Well, unfortunately not. If your component renders, suspends, and renders a second time, all hooks will be created anew for the second render. So we cannot use state or refs to store information about the API call. So the fact that a network request exists and should be reused has to be stored in something that outlives the render function, which could be props, context, or a global object. This leads us to our first principle. Making side effects only during the initial render requires an external cache. Okay, so let's discuss how this cache should behave. Consider that modal. We render it. It suspends, meaning that React calls its render function but does not modify the DOM to show the component to the user. Then, before the component commits, the entire tree unmounts because the user navigates to another screen. In this situation, React will give us no indication that the component will never mount. So when we initially place the item in the cache, we had best also set a timeout that clears the cache and disposes the item, perhaps after 30 seconds. Otherwise, in situations like that, we'll have memory leaks. Okay then, so what happens if the component renders and mounts? Well, it may continue to render afterward, including after more than 30 seconds have passed, and the component will still need access to that data, so it really shouldn't be garbage collected. But lucky for us, if a component mounts, React will necessarily execute a cleanup function, so we don't need to rely on the timeout to clean up the item, meaning that an item should not be cleaned up while a mounted component references it, but instead when that component unmounts. Okay, so with these three principles, you can safely make side effects during render. I have a library, react-disposable-state, under the Isograph GitHub repo, where I expose extremely generic APIs for making side effects during render and so on. I hope you check it out. Thanks. Have a good one.
Well, that was fantastic. Thank you so much. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions to the speakers on our Discord. Shout out to our gold sponsor, by the way, Sentry. Sentry is the application monitoring platform for development teams to holistically monitor their code for health from the front end to the back end, and everything in between, so they can see more clearly, solve more quickly, and learn continuously. Get started today with Sentry. Now we've got Nia with React State Management with Vaultio. Nia is a software engineer at Healthy, primarily working on the front end. She is passionate about the user experience, performance, and all the cool stuff you can do with JavaScript, also a good cup of coffee. If she is not coding, you can find her binging anime or reading manga. Nia, the stage is yours.
So this is a really short presentation on Valtio, which is technically a global state management, but the really wonderful part about it is you can actually treat it as a micro state management, which sort of means that you only use what you need and you don't have to change your whole paradigm. So a little about me. My name is Nia. I live in Toronto. I used to live in Atlanta in the US, and now I work for a company that's called Healthy, and they do telehealth, and they're based out of New York. So travel all over the place. And I work as a front-end tech lead and architect. So Valtio is sort of how we've introduced state management to our legacy application as well. So what is Valtio, right? Right here, I've got the GitHub link to Valtio as well. So if you're ever interested, that's really cool. But the best part about Valtio is it's a proxy-based state management system. Like it uses JavaScript's native idea of proxies to create observable state. It's immutable state. So it lets you update the state basically how you'd update an object. But when the state changes, everything is like logged and new state objects are created rather than modifying existing ones, right? And the best part about it is overall minimal boilerplate. So even with Redux or all the other ones, like they are great in their own ways, but there's so much setup. And with Valtio, especially if you're working in really old React applications where there's still a lot of class components, it's super easy. There's not a lot of stuff to like configure and it just starts working. But let's dig into the concept of JavaScript proxies. It was actually introduced in ES6, and at least the way I've thought about it, and it sort of like helped me understand is it's sort of a shield around your object. It sort of protects your object. Basically changes what you see when you look at the object, properties or values, for example, and you can make the object look different, add extra information, or even hide certain parts. The other part of it that's really cool is now you can also pass in handler functions and controls what happens when you try to do things with the objects, like changing a property, reading a property, or calling a function, right? So you can add rules and checks and balances to it. So it like protects your object as you try to change it. You can read more about it here as well in this little link. So here, just that same code, the thing I just wanted to show you here is I've like set up my object target. I've got a handler function and I've set it up inside my proxy. And the thing to note here is message to here says everyone. Usually when you do target.message to, you'd get everyone as a response. But because it goes through my proxy, when I do proxy.message to, I'm actually going to get world rather than everyone because of how the proxy states right here, the handler function. It states, if the prop equals message to, return world. So even though target.message to is everyone, the proxy protects it and says proxy.message to, which is taking target here, will return world. So this is sort of the foundation of how Valtio works, but this whole like boilerplate here, they've actually made it much simpler for us. Let's like look at how it looks. Well, before that, why this matters is this works with class components. I know with a lot of Redux stuff or React Query even, everyone's on hooks. But if you're still in legacy large applications or you're transferring over and you're trying to manage tech debt, this is a great way of trying to find balance between the two while you're in transition, where you still get aspects of global state management in a class component or in vanilla JavaScript components and still able to like move forward. So let's just look at how the React implementation is. One, here you can see it's just import proxy, and Valtio is actually set up all that boilerplate for your proxy part, so you don't have to do any of that work. I've got my person state proxy here and my auth state, which has a nested proxy, which is user person state, right? So the way I would mutate it or access it, as it's set here, is auth state.userdate.name equals Nina, right? That's a direct object mutation, and that's it. That is literally how you change your state management, your state values in your state. The proxy itself tracks the changes and all of the object, as well as all the nested proxy objects. Multiple changes are batched, and if the value of the change is the same, it doesn't re-render the component. Like, it doesn't change those things. It'll only change if the value is actually different. Now, that's how you change the data. This is how you read the data. Basically, you read the data within your components using snapshots. And you can use the use snapshot hook, or like previously shown in that other slide, that you can use the vanilla JavaScripts like snapshot part of Valtio. And basically here, as you can see in my user profile component, I've got use snapshot auth state.user, and my div is using the snap.name, which is from this object you can see, I'm actually just tapping into the person state.name. Now, the really cool part about this is Valtio actually wraps the snapshot to access like the tracking of the proxy changes. And it only re-renders your component when the specific key changes. So it won't matter if auth state like status changed, or unless I specifically ask for it to look at that. It won't matter if the role changed for the person even, unless specifically the snap.name part like is changing. That's the part, like that's the key. Like, sorry, actually it will matter the role change, because we're looking at snapshot here saying auth state.user. So basically, if the user part here at all changes, that's when this whole component re-renders. Otherwise, if we have other information in auth state, like I don't know, tokens or something else, it won't look at it unless you specifically say look at it. This means like you don't have to worry about how your whole component re-renders when all the context stuff changes, right? That's one of the problems with use context, like that sort of goes away with here. Now, there is a gotcha that we should watch out for. Don't reassign your proxy to a whole new object. So Valtio also has a subscribe function that lets you subscribe to the changes on proxy. So usually for most components, you can use the snapshot to trigger the component to re-render. In some rare cases, you want to look at the proxy change directly, as in like the direct mutation of that proxy, right? So then you can use subscribe. But here you can see I've got my proxy state, and it's got proxy username equals Timo, and I'm subscribing to it. But then there's this new object. I've basically said state is redefined as a new object now, which is user name Nina. I've completely removed the proxy here. And by assigning state to a whole new object, the subscribe won't work at all. So instead, you should just do a direct mutation right here, state.user.name. Then the subscribe will actually be able to track that proxy change and say, hey, your state updated, and change everything else that is necessary accordingly. So one more cool thing before I'm off, it works with Redux DevTools, which I find really awesome. And this is literally the boilerplate for that. Like, that's it. You just set up your state, and then you set it up with DevTools. You can import DevTools from the Valtio utils, and then set it up to be the name of the state and enable true, and it's then Redux DevTools. And you get to now use state management in whatever application you want without any other extra things to add to it. These are some really cool links and tutorials even on Valtio and how to use it. Their docs and their GitHub profile here, or their GitHub repo, is really, really cool. Highly recommend their docs. Really love it. So that's everything I've got for you guys. Thank you.
Well, thank you. That was lovely. Don't forget, everyone, to ask your questions to the speakers in our Discord. And also, we've got a gold sponsor, Content AI, to shout out. Content AI is the headless CMS that helps all roles focus on their job and deliver standout experiences. So go check it out, Content AI. Next up, we have Maxi with the messy middle, navigating complexity in large React web applications. Maxi is a full-stack software engineer with a passion for creating delightful user experiences. He works at Help Scout as a staff front-end engineer, specializing in front-end architecture, web performance, and third-party application development. Originally from Buenos Aires, Maxi now lives in Los Angeles, California, with his wife, 2 daughters, and 2 dogs. Maxi, the stage is yours.
Hey React Summit, my name is Maxi Ferreira, and today I want to share with you some of my thoughts on one of my favorite topics, which is managing complexity in large React applications. But before we start, let's picture the journey of any large project. We might imagine that it will go something like this. We're going to make steady progress over time until we finally reach the finish line, we ship to production, and we go out to celebrate with our team. In reality, though, it's much more likely that it will go something like this. Things get messy in the middle. Features now take forever to ship, tech debt accumulates very rapidly, and the finish line seems to get farther away each day. The reason this happens is that we often imagine complexity as growing linearly over time. The more progress we make, the more complex the code base grows, and we sort of expect that. But more often than not, complexity tends to grow exponentially. So when we're only halfway through the project, and we can see that complexity is not slowing down, it can feel quite overwhelming. For the purpose of this talk, we're going to define complexity as anything that makes the system harder to change or harder to understand. What I like about this definition is that we can flip it and we get exactly what we need to do to achieve simplicity, which is making things easy to change and easier to understand. So today I want to share with you my favorite 3 strategies and techniques to help you manage this growing complexity in large React projects, which I'm hoping will be useful, especially if you're in the messy middle of your project right now. The first one is component composition. So what do I mean by this? Here we have a location card component that takes a couple of props and renders this beautiful card that we see on the right. It looks quite nice actually, and it's definitely simple and easy to use. The problem with this component is that it's not very flexible. So if you want to make a simple change like hiding that add to favorites button that we see there on the bottom right, then our only option is to add another prop. That's not too bad, it's just an extra prop, and the component is still quite simple and easy to use. But now we get a new requirement. We also want to make a change to the label of the button in some parts of the application. Okay, I guess we can add another prop for that. And this is still okay, but we have to be careful here because now we open the door for customizing anything in this component via its interface. So guess what's going to happen next time someone else is asked to change the color of the button in some part of the app? They're going to add another prop. We can see how this can get out of hand pretty quickly. So let's see how we can improve this design with component composition. We still have a location card component here that handles maybe the layout of the component, but now it doesn't take any props. Instead, we're defining the contents of the card via child components. So now it's much more flexible. If you want to hide the favorite button like we did before, we can just target that element in the JSX and remove it. And there we go. We want to change the label and the color of the button? Well, the button is right there. So we can make the change in the button directly without having to change any other part of the component. The important thing to keep in mind here is that with composition, there's usually a trade-off between flexibility and ease of use. We can break down a large component into lots of smaller ones, and this will make things super flexible. But with a lot of little pieces, the component becomes harder to use. At the other end of the spectrum, we have a very simple component that is not very flexible at all, like our initial example of the location card component. So usually you want to be somewhere in the middle when it comes to composition, and this will give you the right level of composition for the problem that you're trying to solve. Now, how do we find this sweet spot? This brings me to my second point, which is to use deep modules. This is a concept that comes from the book A Philosophy of Software Design, which is one of my favorite books, and talks about module depth as a trade-off between cost and benefit. Any module, could be a function, a class, or a React component, has essentially two parts. It has an interface, which in the case of a React component, this is the props of the component, and it has a piece of functionality, which is what the module does. A deep module is one that provides powerful functionality via a simple interface. A shallow module, on the other hand, is one that provides very little functionality compared to the complexity of its interface. So let's see an example of a deep React component. This file uploader component, it has a ton of functionality. It takes care of validation, drag and drop, the actual file uploading, including the error handling. And at the same time, the interface is very simple. It only has two props. The implementation of this component is probably very complex, but because of the simplicity of the interface, that complexity is nicely encapsulated. It doesn't leak to the rest of the system. Compare that to this button component. One could argue that it doesn't do much compared to the complexity of its interface. More importantly, we can see that it's mixing several concerns here. We have the concerns of the button itself, but we also have the concerns of the icon and the tooltip. So not only the implementation of this component is likely very complex, but it's also spreading that complexity through the rest of the codebase. It's important to know that nobody sets out to build something very complex from the start. Things usually start simple, like our initial implementation of the location card. This was a powerful component with a simple interface. It was a deep module until it wasn't. So it's important that we control this evolution to make sure that the abstractions we implemented in the beginning are still the right solutions to the problems that we have today. And this brings me to my final technique for managing complexity, which is aiming your efforts at reducing cognitive load. By this I mean minimizing the amount of information you need to keep in your head to make a simple change. Take this component, for example. It's a grid of links to different parts of the app that users will see in their dashboards. But different users will see different links depending on which type of user they are and also on which plan they have. So for example, a regular user on the basic plan will only see these 4 links. Now imagine we want to make a change, like adding a new link to this particular group of users. Here's what the implementation looks like. It's pretty clean. And I see that I have a list of links there, so I know that's where I need to go and add my new link. I see that we're filtering the links based on the user and the plan, which is great because that's exactly what I need to do. And then we're just rendering the links. Now, this filter links function seems important. I know I need to go in there and change the logic somehow so that it shows my new link to the right sets of users. And when I open this function, we might find something that looks like this. Now, this is a particularly messy implementation, so don't look too much into it. The important point here is that I now need to completely understand this filtering logic to make my simple small change. So I need to load all of this information in my head in order to make the change. Now imagine if the grid component looks something like this instead. It's very similar, and I still have a list of links, but now you see that I can declare which users and plans have access to the link right in the list. So all I need to do is add a new item here, and I can move on with my day. Notice that we're still calling the filter links function, and for all I care about, that function can be very, very complex. But now I don't even need to open this function to make that change. I'm spared from having to load all of that logic in my head. This is just one example of how we can reduce cognitive load in our app. Other things we can do include using clear variable names, so we don't have to guess what a component or a variable does. Writing good comments that don't repeat the code, but instead they explain the why and the how. using predefined design patterns because we already have a shared understanding of how they work, and documenting important decisions somewhere, particularly those high-level decisions that they just don't belong in a code comment. The core message of this talk is that simplicity is very hard. Making things easy to change and easy to understand is definitely possible, but it's not easy at all. Complexity is an impossible enemy. We can never completely eliminate it, but we do have some level of control over its growth. And I hope that you can use some of the strategies that we covered today to slow it down before it takes over your codebase. If you enjoy talking about complexity, software design, and architecture, you can find me online as Charka in all the socials, and also on my website, Frontend at Scale, where I write about software design and architecture for front-end developers. Thank you so much for having me, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you. That was excellent. And everyone, let's shout out our gold sponsor, Clerk. Clerk is proud to be a sponsor, and if you haven't heard of them, they provide drop-in authentication for React, which is awesome. Next up, we have Sean with Defeat Decision Paralysis, building a killer design system in isolation. Sean is a seasoned software developer with a passion for creating developer experiences. As a developer experience engineer at Chromatic, Sean is dedicated to improving integrations in the Storybook ecosystem, making it easier for developers to build high-quality UIs with confidence. In addition to his technical expertise, he's an advocate for education and empowering developers to reach their full potential. When he's not coding, you can find him jamming out on his base or spending time with his Great Danes, Zola and Noodles. Those are great names. Go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps and some questions for Sean. He can answer them there. Sean, the stage is yours.
Hey friends, my name is Sean Evening, my pronouns are he, him, and I'm based in Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. I am a developer experience engineer at Chromatic and a storybook maintainer. I'm here to talk to you today about defeating decision paralysis when building design systems. So let's dig in. With all that a design system can be, it's really hard to know where to start. What should my color palette be? How do I make this work for dark mode? Should I have a high contrast mode? Oof, what kind of fonts should I use? How's this gonna look on mobile? Are there languages like French and German gonna break my layouts? How am I gonna test all this? And pretty soon, if you're anything like me, you are ready to scrap the whole thing and go cry in a corner. But don't worry, I have some tips for you. First and foremost, stop making so many decisions at the start. Good examples of this would be, if you're not going to have async actions, don't define loading, success, or failure states. You wouldn't even need to describe success and error colors that way. If you're not going to use box shadow, don't define an elevation scale. Simply put, if you don't need it, forget about it. You can always come back to it later. And remember, no decision is permanent, unlike this jQuery hang tattoo. If you aren't satisfied, you can change these things later. Unless it truly matters, don't let a decision or a lack of one be a blocker from you moving forward to the next thing. My next piece of advice is going to be, let some tools make some decisions for you. At least to start. There's no need to reinvent the wheel. There's lots of great tools out there to help you get started, and there are no wrong answers, which is perhaps part of the problem. We've got Tailwind CSS that has great color, font, and spacing scales. You could use Radix UI. They have great unstyled, accessible components. And ShadCN actually puts those two together to give you some really beautiful styled components to get you started that are very customizable. They pretty much just copy and paste component code into your code base for you. It's really, really cool. So what are some basics then? To start off, we're going to need a few colors. I'm talking grayscale and a primary and secondary. Your typography scale, a spacing scale, and anything else that's critical for your use case. For example, if you're making a weather app, you might need to create a temperature color scale. But if you're not making a temperature app or a weather app, don't worry about anything to do with temperatures. But before we go any further, I just want to cover the topic of design tokens. Now, design tokens are a way of expressing design decisions as data. At a bare minimum, a design token is a name and value pair that can express that. So we've got our name, which is like a global reference to the value. We got the value itself, the raw value. And you can also have aliases that reference those tokens with a more self-descriptive name for a particular context. And we'll get into that soon. For example, here are a few examples from Tailwind's Sky Blue color scale. We've got Sky 50, which has a value of F0F 9FF. But we could alias that as primary accent. And Sky 500 here has a value of 0EA 5E9, but we might want to alias that as primary base. Now, while we're on the topic, let's talk about colors. First and foremost, let's think about what we need. We can use already existing accessible scales, again, like Tailwind. We want to pick a grayscale. Now, it turns out there are several different grayscales you could use with different tints of blue or red or whatnot. Let's use one. And then we're going to pick our primary and secondary color. Here's an example of how I've put this together in Storybook. I'm using 3 scales from Tailwind. I've got their gray, which is more neutral. I have the pink scale and the sky scale. Now, having 50 to 950 is quite a lot. And you might be thinking, what are we going to do with all these colors? Well, just because we've been given a full scale doesn't mean to say we need to use the whole thing. So what I'm going to do is take some of those colors and I'm going to alias them to give us some idea of what they're used for. So you can see for grayscale, I have background, which was 50. We're going to have the background accent, which I believe was 200, and foreground, which was 900. So I've shrunk down the colors here, and I've given them more specific names. So hover and active in primary and secondary is probably fairly explanatory what it's going to be used for. We've also got background and a background accent and the base color too. So let's talk a little bit about typography next. Picking your type scale. What do we mean when we need a type scale? It's the sizes of your fonts. I always stick to a display heading and subheading. Think of that like for a hero, just something that's huge. In Bootstrap, they called it like Jumbotron, I think, for a while. Then you're going to want your sizes for your heading levels 1 through 6. Now, just because we've got H1 through H6 tags, I would encourage you to keep the 2 separate. You may want to style them default using this scale. But remember that your header tags are semantic, it has a semantic hierarchy for a document. So don't feel like you need to keep the style tied to the tag itself for design purposes. And the last thing we're going to need is to figure out our paragraph style too. So how do we do this? Again, we can use an existing scale. I am, again, using the Tailwind font size scale, and I'm going to customize it as I go. I'll talk about that soon. But first and foremost, find your font later. If you're not experienced in picking fonts like me, there are so many to wade through, including some of these horrendous gems on the screen here. So go ahead and just put that aside for later. That's a whole task in and of itself. So having said all of that, here's my example in Storybook. You can see I've got my display heading and subheading, and goes all the way down heading 1 through 6. That's a little cutoff there. But now that we have this displayed in Storybook, if I make changes to this scale later, I have one place to see all of it change in one place. Really nice. So last up, let's talk about the spacing scale. Now, unfortunately, this GIF was a little too hard to stick my face on it, so you're going to have to deal with Rowan Atkinson. But I digress. When you're picking a spacing scale, again, use something existing. Again, I'm using Tailwind in this example, but simplify it a little bit. Their scale is very, very extensive. You really probably don't need the whole thing, so start with a small chunk of it. And here is what that might look like in Storybook. I made a quick component to show what the sizing might look like there. But now we have our fundamental pieces that we need to start building some components. So what do we do next? Well, first and foremost, only build what you need. Don't be afraid to use existing components and style them to your liking later. And also don't forget, build in isolation in Storybook to test out your different states and variations. So let's have a quick peek at what I've done here. You can see I've made a button with primary and secondary styles. I've also made one for a link. I've also made a card. Now you can see in this primary card here, you can see that I'm using the different tints of pink that I created in my scale here. We've got the background, we've got the border, we've got the base in here, and we're also using the foreground for some of the text. And there you have it. I also used ShadCN here to be able to generate a lot of this code ahead of time, and then used my my design system, my colors and my spacing and everything to make it look and feel like a full system here. Well, full in the sense that I've demonstrated. It's definitely not a full design system yet, but that's okay, because this is all I need for now. So to wrap things up, start with the bare necessities. You can always tweak things later. And don't forget to use existing tools to avoid starting from scratch. And also, while you're at it, just have fun with it. But that's it for me. Thank you so much. You can find me on these social media platforms here. And if you want to have a look at some of the example code from the Storybook that I showed, I have the link at the bottom here for you to check out that repo. Thank you so much. Take care. Bye.
Well, thank you. That was fantastic. And everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers in the Discord. Next up, we've got Lucas with Content Security Policy with Next.js, leveling up your website security. Lucas is a proud dad and a kickboxing brown belt. He has over 15 years of experience in large-scale software development, from system design and architecture to engineering management of front-end teams. In addition, he spends time in influencing technical recruitment processes, mentoring engineers, and most recently, holding a career podcast in Brazilian Portuguese. He's currently working at Apple as a contractor from Avenue Code. Lucas, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me at the React Summit US 2023. I'm Lucas Estevam, Principal UI Engineer and Technical Manager at Avenue Code, a consultancy through which I've been helping companies like Toys R Us, Walmart, and even the iconic Apple to build better software. I also host a podcast about career in tech for Portuguese speakers. So if you're curious, check it out on the major streaming platforms. You just need to search for Códigos de Carreira. I am really excited to talk to you about content security policy with Next.js and how you can level up your website's security. I want to start answering why should I care about a content security policy? And to keep it short, your browser is not 100% safe. Neither is React or Next.js or whatever framework that you might be using. Although browsers do have built-in security features like single origin policy and CORS, we can't take it for granted. The libraries and frameworks like React or Next.js, again, they do a pretty decent job sanitizing the code and providing with features to close the security gaps. But that's not enough. If a code like this is injected in your website, your browser or React default features can't prevent this from being executed. That's when a CSP comes handy. A CSP, or a content security policy, is a security layer that helps to shield applications from attacks like cross-site scripting, XSS, or data injection attacks, and it does it by restricting the browser functionality. A CSP is composed by a list of policy directives. The browser will be limited to allow only what the policy defines. And here are examples of policy directives where I'm defining that the default sources of content should come from my domain, and I'm adding an exception for fonts because I want to allow Google Web Fonts to be downloaded. Now let's see how we can implement that in a Next.js app. Let's go hands-on now. Okay, so this is a Next.js application, just a template I created using npx. The first thing we want to try to do is to add the CSP to the page. And the easiest way to do it, it's adding this on the head tag using a meta tag. So let's go to the application and see that the image is not being displayed here. And the image is not being displayed because it comes from a different domain. It comes from React Summit. And my directive is enforcing that the content should come by default from my own domain. The image shouldn't show up, but let's remove this from here. That's not the best way to add a content security policy. Let's try do it adding headers. So if you go to the documentation, you see how to add headers to your Next.js application, and you see a bunch of options to add different headers, including the content security policy. So I prepared something here. I picked a few of the security headers. I'm going to add them to our Next.js config app. And I'm going to add the headers as well. And again, this is all available on the docs. I'm going to save this. And let's go to step number 2. What we want to do here is just to add a simple content security policy to actually see it working on the headers. So I'm going to do this and add the content security policy to my header, and I want to see this happening in action. It's reloading. I'm going to reload this page just to make sure. I'm going to go to the network tab. Let's check it out. Open this. You can see the content security policy is there exactly the way we set it. The image is still not showing up. Let's go to step number 3 and actually try to use it to add a content security policy using a middleware. And for that, we're going to create a new file on the root of our app. So new file, actually not here, but on the root, new file, middleware.ts. Let me move this to here. And if you go to the documentation again, you can see everything about how work with the middlewares. And I'm going to get this example that is already adding denounce. And there will be cases when you need inline scripts. And for those scenarios, announce will allow your scripts to execute without losing the security of your CSP. And announce is just a string, a hash created for one-time use. So let's see it in action. I'm going to copy this, paste on the middleware. I actually prepared a custom content security policy here, simpler than this one. So I'm going to replace that. And another thing that I want to do is to add some rules conditionally. So I'm going to add this little code here to check what's my environment. If it's not production, I will assume it's dev. And if it's dev, I can loosen my CSP. If it's production, I can make it more strict. So I saved. Let's go to step number 4 and do a little cleanup. Let's go to next config and actually remove the content security policy from there. I'm going to save this. It should look like this, exactly the way it is in our middleware. And let's see how the application is working now. Pretty much the same thing. Let's reload to make sure. Let's check if the content security policy it's showing up in the headers. Oh, it's loading. Here we go, content security policy, everything that we added, including the nows. Let's check for the xnows header. It's also here because we are adding the header in this line. Now we need to validate our content security policy. And for that, we can use pretty much 2 websites. One, you can just copy your content security policy and paste into Google's one. I'm going to remove this little condition, otherwise it's not going to work. And check. It's going to give you pretty much a report of everything that we need to improve or make better, or maybe something's missing or it's wrong. You can add your domain here if you want. And you also has Mozilla. So let's check apple.com, for instance. Here we go. You have your content security report with a bunch of other information about the security of your website. But one thing that we should do here that I forgot is to actually add React Summit domain to my image directive. So this way I could actually see the image being loaded. So let's check our app one more time. Let's wait for the hot reload. And here you go. Here's the image because now my content security policy allows it. Now, a bonus tip, you don't need to break your app. You can simply use a content security report to identify the issues on your application. And once you know what's going on, you can then enforce and prevent your app from breaking while you add a new security layer to level up the security of your web application. Thank you. I hope you find this content useful and you can improve the security of your apps. You can find that sample app on my GitHub, and happy coding.
Well, thanks. That was excellent. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers on Discord. And that was a lot of stuff. I think it's time to take a break. So come on, take a break, and then return to us in 10 minutes with more energy.
Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had an excellent break and are now rejuvenated and excited to see more stuff. But first, I want to remind you to tweet/post, whatever we're calling it, on Twitter and LinkedIn with all sorts of photos about what you're watching us with, on where you are, who you are, what's going on. We want to see it all. So tweet a post with the hashtag ReactSummitUS. We'll be looking out for them. And we've got a raffle of multi-passes to Git Nation conferences and some sweet t-shirts. So just use the hashtag for good stuff in general. We're looking forward to seeing it all. But back to the talks. I've been looking forward to this one. Brittany with Anyone Can Be an Open Source Maintainer. Brittany is a marketer turned developer that now brings her skills together as head of developer relations at Pixiebricks. Brittany loves building automation, tools, and toys, and she's super passionate about helping folks transition to tech careers. You'll find her traveling the world, reading by the pool, or checking out the farmer's market with her girlfriend and pup. Go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps and some questions for Brittany. Brittany, the stage is yours.
Hey everyone, my name is Brittany Joyner, and for the next couple minutes, I want to talk to you about how anyone can be an open source maintainer. And I mean anyone. I don't mean senior developers who've been at fancy open source companies. I mean anyone, even junior developers, can be an open source maintainer. And here's how. So first of all, let me just tell you a little bit about myself. My name is Brittany Joyner. I live in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I used to work in marketing, and then I learned to code, and now I'm bringing it all together as the head of developer relations at Pixiebricks. And so what's interesting about my journey is that you're like, wait a minute, you were doing all of these things and then you became a developer, and you've already become a maintainer. Well, let me tell you a little bit about my journey and why it's so important to me. So when I was learning to code, working in marketing, still learning to code, I participated in Hacktoberfest in 2019, and it was a super impactful event for me because that was where I actually learned to get over my fear of coding, if that makes sense. Like, I was very nervous just, going through stuff in boot camps. I wasn't doing a whole lot of actual, working on projects and things. And I was like, there's no way I can participate in Hacktoberfest. I'm not a senior developer. I can't contribute to projects. But I found there were a lot of beginner-friendly projects that were perfect to contribute to. And it could be something as simple as, writing one line to fix a style of CSS, or it could be as simple as a recipe generator app, and you just contributing a JSON file that had a recipe in it. Or like a drink idea generator, and I participated in projects like that. And although even if it wasn't a ton amount of code or anything, it really helped me get comfortable with the process of contributing and collaborating with other people, because I was getting more comfortable with Git. I was getting more comfortable with, creating forks and handling local development and pushing it to a server. And it was super, super helpful for me. And I found that the community was so, so willing to help. And no matter what your skill level, no matter what you're working on, it was a really welcoming experience for me. And I found it to be super helpful. And so fast forward a few years, I'd learned how to code. I'm actually, building things, and I am working in leadership for my ERG, our employee resource group at a former company. And we were hosting an event called the Rainbow Stack Summit. And it was basically, I was trying to make an event website. And you could think of this as kind of an internal conference we were doing, where I had different sessions, I had different speakers, and I ended up making a site for it, just straight from, code. I didn't use Hulu or any of those fancy tools. I just made it straight from code. And after the conference, everybody was like, this is a really, really cool website. This is super awesome. And so I actually made the Rainbow Stack Summit website open source. I was like, let me make this a public repo so that other people can contribute. And I really leaned into it in Hacktoberfest of 2022, because that was where I, kind of maintained the repo where people could come in and ask questions, and they could get help with basic issues. They could help with more advanced stuff. So it was super cool. And it was a really rewarding experience, because I was able to help provide some of that experience that I got when I first started, but also get some help from other developers who were able to build much cooler things than I was. So fast forward to now, and I'm actually on pause with that project because I had so many people wanting to help with it. And so I put together this slide to kind of show the expectation versus reality of maintaining an open source project. And I think a lot of what I thought was that you have to be some sort of senior developer, and you have to be super, super hacky. And really, you just need to be good at coordinating things. Really, you need to be able to pair people who have experience in finding things that could work on them, and coming up with okay, here's issues, here's what we need done in the app, and then also following up and making sure that's actually happening. I also thought it was going to be tons of crickets. I thought I was just going to be, sitting there at my keyboard and having this project and just be like, is anybody here? Anybody want to participate? I had tons of people, and still have tons of people come to my project today. And I've had to put a pause on it, like I said, because I've had so many people coming, and it's just been difficult to maintain. And so, it's amazing. Especially if you're able to jump in with something like Hacktoberfest, you will find that more people are interested in jumping in and participating than you thought. And I also thought it was going to be like really kind of a lonely, confusing thing. Like I was like, I'm not sure that I know what I'm doing with this. But it ended up actually being a lot of fun. Like aside from, just being like a side project, it actually ended up being really cool. I got to meet some people along the way. I got to make friends with them, and I got to learn more as a developer myself, and also help enable other people on their journey as well. So it was a really rewarding experience. And so a couple of these benefits that I think is super important, and why, if you're still on the fence, maybe you're like, okay, I can do it. Why should I? Here's why. First of all, it's going to increase your confidence as a developer. Like I said, you don't have to be a senior developer, but you're going to see as you jump in that it's all, you're going to feel more empowered. You're going to feel like, oh, wait, yeah, I do know things. Like, oh, yeah, I'm able to help this person with that. Or, oh, yeah, I'm able to connect this and that person. And it instills a lot of confidence in you. And you'll start to see, too, you'll get really comfortable with, PRs and like looking for things in code and seeing the different things that you want and you like and you don't like in code. So that's super awesome. And then it's also a great way to make connections. Like I said, I met a ton of people and it was super awesome. Some of them, we're still chat with today. We've met up on different Slack communities and stuff. So it's a great way if you're looking for meeting other developers. It's a good way to find folks. And then lastly, it helps more cool tools be available. And so think about the fact if we hadn't actually launch some of these tools, like if I hadn't launched this website, other people wouldn't have this amazing event website template that they can now use. And so being able to participate in open source and lead to open source or maintain an open source project helps you be able to share more cool tools with the world. And because of that, I think that if you built something that you think is kind of cool and maybe other people might be involved in, go ahead and make it public. You don't have to go change your position, make a formal announcement to be an open source maintainer. You literally just make your repo public, and then find other people who want to participate and get the word out there, and let's build something cool together. So thank you for joining today. If you have any questions, you can reach me on Twitter, or X, whatever we're calling it these days, Brit_joiner, and I look forward to seeing you there.
Well, thank you. That was stupendous. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers on the Discord. Quick shout out to our gold sponsor, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is a Next.js, headless CMS, and e-commerce expert agency. They partner with Vercel, Shopify, Storyblock, and Sanity.io to deliver quality software with a focus on scalability, performance, and great user experience. Thanks, Focus Reactive, for sponsoring. And now with Saurav, we have 3 factors that are blocking contributions to your open source project. Saurav has nurtured a 30K strong open source developer community, successfully onboarding new developers through programs like Issues for First Timers. With an active online presence, he actively promotes open source collaboration. His expertise and community leadership have earned him speaking opportunities at renowned conferences, including PyCon Ireland, PyCon Italy, FOSS Mumbai, OCD India, and DevRel.com. Saurav sessions inspire and equip attendees with practical strategies to excel in the open source domain. Saurav, the stage is yours.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome to the best talk of React Summit USA. And as you can see, this talk is going to be about 3 factors that are blocking contributions to your open source projects. So we all have one side project that we want to work on, and we may want to make it open source. We are working in companies that have open source products or open source projects that we want to grow. And the most important part of growing an open source project is the support from the community. We want valuable contributions from the community to our open source projects. We want as many as contributors contribute to our project and make it better. There are many things that blocks their way to contribute to the very first time to your projects. And this talk is going to be all about those 3 blockers and how you make your project a better path for the first time contributors. So On a side note, if you want to connect to me, here is a QR code. You can scan it and just connect to me. I love to connect to you. And so who am I? Hey everyone, I am Saurav Jain. I am from capital of India, New Delhi. I'm working as a community manager for last 2 years at an open source dev tool startup called Application. I'll tell you a little bit more about Application in the next slide. I consider myself as an open source evangelist. I'm in this field from the last 5 years, and I have helped hundreds of developers to contribute to the world of open source for the very first time. And this is something that make me happy. I visit all over the part of world, speak about open source, help contributors to contribute to open source projects, and I'm very active in social media channels as well. So if you're not following me, you are missing something. So these are my handles, SAUAIN, on both LinkedIn and Twitter. You can give me a follow there. I love to travel, I love to code, and love to post content on Twitter. So I post usually content revolving around open source and communities on Twitter. So if you are interested, please check it out. And application. So this slide is not for giving an intro about application, but I want you to know that how I started when I started working at an open source company and how small it was. So just a little introduction. Application is an open source dev tool platform. It's a code generator which kind of generates the whole boilerplate code for you, and it eliminates the whole repetitive task that developer teams has to do when they are creating Node.js backends. So it makes the developer life easy by eliminating the repetitive task and increase the productivity. But when I joined Application, it was a very small tool. So we have a community of hardly 1,000 members. We have only 30 contributors on our open source project, and the project was pretty small. So I started at that time. So if you are someone who is working on a personal project and the project is very small, don't worry. I too started in that way, and now we have a community of 35,000 plus developers across all platforms. We have 12,000 stars nearly right now, more than 300 contributors, if I be honest, on every repository of Application, and the community you can see there. So we growed exponentially, and you can too. And in this talk, I'm mostly going to talk about the contributor parts, not the everything, because it's a lightning talk. And so let's start. So I'll start this talk with telling you about the point of view of a first time contributor. So either a contributor who's contributed the first time is a beginner to the tech world or to the open source world, or they are visiting your project repository for the very first time. And in both cases, it is tough to understand the code. It is tough for them to understand what is going on. It is they try to read documentations, they join a community, ask community some question, interact with them, and they use the product. And when they use this, they have some blocker. So for example, here G Forever was trying to contribute to an issue in Application, and he got some blocker. So what are those blockers exactly which blocks these first time contributors to contribute to your project? So the first one is getting overwhelmed by code. Yes, like this. So everyone will relate to this. When you contribute to the very first time to any open source project, the code base is very overwhelming. So I personally don't know which file is doing what thing. There are dozens of packages, hundreds of file, and I don't know which one is doing what. So for example, if you go to github.com/application/application, you will see the whole code base, how we are generating the backends. And I'm working in Application, and it's tough for me when if I am a very if I'm thinking from a very beginner point of view, to understand which package is doing what. There are dozens of packages. Each package has hundreds of files, and I don't know which thing is doing what. So as a maintainer, you need to understand how to overcome this, and the best way to overcome this blocker is good first issues. Yes, so I recommend you should have as many as good first issues open on your repository as you can. So what I consider good first issue is a code issue that can be solved only in one file. So I agree there are dozens of packages. You cannot teach everything in starting. So let's start with one package and one file and a code issue that can be solved only in that file. So if a contributor tries to pick that issue, they will go to that particular issue, solve this, and learn about a particular package of your repository, of your code base, and they will understand what is going on in that package. And it will be it will act as a catalyst. It will be the beginning of their lot of contributions to your project, because they understand one thing, then they will pick another issue which will make them understand about the other package, and they will understand about that. So like this, they will understand more and more packages, and eventually they will be a very active contributor in your repository. Other issues that I consider good first issues: UI UX issues, documentation issues, small bug fixes, typos, and making README better is always welcome for the maintainers. In the documentation issue, I say that if I have personally experienced that when there is an issue in documentation, you ask community to fix it, they read documents, they read what is going with your product, how to use it, and they learn about your product and they become a user. So documentation issues are very helpful for the first time contributions, and good first issues helps to contribute. Yeah, it's as simple as that. So if you go to github.com/application/implication and you will go to the issues section, you will see at any moment of time we have 20 to 30 good first issues open in our repository for the contributor who want to contribute to our repository anytime. So if you want to contribute for the very first time, we welcome you. So please come and contribute to our repository. You are more than welcome. After the second thing, which is a very big problem, is, for example, yes, the meme is very funny. For the example, let's assume some contributor from a repository picked a good first issue, start working on it, and they got some error. Yeah. Installations are not easy, maybe some git error, or maybe some error with your product, we don't know, and they start they just stopped working on it because they don't know what to do. And as a maintainer, you have to be proactive here. You have to maintain status updates from the contributors working on your issues, if they are having some problem or not, how you can help them. You have to ask this at time to time, at a certain period of time, I don't know, after a week, after 2 week, according to the issue. And if they are having some problem, you have to help them, even if it is a git issue, because they are contributing for the first time. You have to feed them, you have to make them learn about your project, and if required, you can also schedule a meet with your engineering team, and they will learn from the engineering team itself. So it never harms, and it creates a trust in the community, and more community members contribute to your project, and that's how it works. For example, I was a Hush, contributor named Hush asked me to assign an issue. I assigned him issue 3 weeks ago, and after a week, I usually maintain status updates very proactively. He forgot that he has to work on this issue. I maintain status update, and I ask if there is any update on the task he's working on. And in a day, he made a PR, because that's how you get a new contributor, by just being proactive. And on the other hand, on the right side of the screen, you can see Samit got an error while working on an issue, and I asked one of the engineers of application to help him. And after I asked him to help him, they schedule a meet, and the issue was solved. And now Samit and Harsh both are very active contributors of application. So just by being proactive and asking community, you can gain contributors and which are active for a very long time. And the last but not least is the reward and recognition. So I personally believe that, and I always say this, that every open source contribution should be celebrated. Someone is dedicating their time to your project. Someone is working for your project without without asking anything. So if they are kind enough to contribute to your project, you have to be kind enough that you can give them a small token of appreciation. If you can afford, I will always prefer that you can give some sticker sheet, you can give some a badge, you can give them a t-shirt, a cap, according whatever you can afford and you can give, your company can give. Otherwise, if that is a side project, you don't have a budget, you can always give them some recognition on the social media channels. So a post that will mention that this contributor helped us to bring this value to our project, and it helped the open source project a lot. We growed and the community is enjoying the new feature, the new value that the contributor provided. It means a lot for the community. Then community knows that the maintainers of this project values community contribution. They are kind enough, they are kind enough to express their gratitude toward the community, and more community members get motivated through this. They look forward that we will also get these things, we will also get these rewards or recognition on social media channels. It means a lot, and it works. So whenever I invite first timers, I to application repository, I do a thank you post always. I give them a t-shirt and a sticker sheet, which they appreciate a lot. And this helps us bring more and more contributors to our project. So in a year, you can see from zero to more than 200. And if I count all repository, it is more than 350 contributors right now in application, which is very big. So this works, yes. And if you want to contribute to the open source world for the very first time, I invite you to join our Discord community. And if you like my talk and if you want to give a application a chance, you can give us a star on GitHub. You can look at the code base we are, and you can contribute to our repository. You are more than welcome. And that's all. Thank you so much. I will look you all in the Discord channel and say hi there.
Well, thank you. That was an amazing talk. And everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers in the Discord. Now we've got a shout out for GraphBase, a gold sponsor. GraphBase guarantees rapid data access worldwide. GraphBase provides a real-time API with data positioned close to users, ensuring swift performance and minimal latency. Whether your users are in Tokyo or New York, they get consistent, fast data access. All right, and now we've got Heather and Sydney in the unexpected key value pair in mentoring. Got two bios. Heather May is a lead software engineer at Stitch Fix, author, musician, and proud mama of the sweetest pointer mix rescue. I will be demanding dog photos on the Discord. Sydney is a software engineer and educator based in Atlanta, Georgia, United States. She always aims to keep people laughing and learning something while navigating the tech industry. Her work includes finding compassion in play as she shares how she navigates her tech career on her YouTube channel and co-hosts the Deeper Than Tech podcast. Everyone go to base-camp-qna, leave some claps, and some questions for our esteemed speakers. Folks, the stage is yours.
Hey, Sydney.
Hey there. How are you, Heather?
Well, I'm doing good. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. And it is so nice to see everybody at React Summit in New York this year. Hi. Hopefully everybody's doing well.
It's super exciting. We're really excited to talk to y'all. Sydney, what are we going to be talking about?
Yes, so we are going to be talking about mentorship and honestly how unique our journey has been so far, especially with the two of us. First off, since you all don't know, we have had this amazing relationship for about 5 years now. But the catch is that we've never worked together. We have never lived in the same state. And the kicker is that we've actually never met in person before. So, yeah.
So how the heck did we find each other? I mean, how did that happen?
Yeah, so I remember this clear as day. So 2018, I had just graduated from my boot camp. I was job searching. I was trying to figure out what exactly I wanted to do next. And I honestly thought that the answer was like learning another programming language. And I had gone through boot camp with JavaScript, decided to start thinking about Ruby and things, and had found Coding Dojo and was like, let's see if we can figure out like if this is a good place to start. And so I found you actually in one of the testimonials for Coding Dojo and decided to send you a LinkedIn, and here we are today.
Yeah. And I remember that I was like just finishing my first year at Stitch Fix. And I had just actually done a talk at Coding Dojo in San Jose for like junior dev stuff and getting your first job. And I saw your message come across LinkedIn and I was like, hey, perfect timing. This is cool. And so we like hooked up on Zoom, and we've been doing this now every month for the last 5 years.
Yes. Isn't that crazy? Like, and 1 hour, just 1 hour of our time a month for 5 years. Oh my goodness. Like, I'm still just very shocked.
Well, I want to hear like your perspective, like how has it been for you? And then I'll share like how it's been for me.
Yeah. So first off, having to have another woman in tech, like let's just like first off talk about that. All I had were men to talk to, and that's not necessarily a bad thing, but like that felt so isolating for me. There were so many opportunities and learning things that I felt like I still had to navigate through. And I didn't know who specifically to talk to about that. And that was very frustrating. And so like having these conversations with you, being able to get to know you and your journey, where you were still like figuring things out, compared to where I was, like that really helped me feel more comfortable in my own skin while I was navigating like what else I was trying to figure out in my life. And so like our conversations have always been so appreciated and just respected. And I'm absolutely overjoyed whenever we talk.
Me too, though. It's not just one way. Like this, I feel like people think mentorship is like top down or unidirectional, but it really isn't. I've gotten so much out of our relationship and like our chats because we, you know, it's not only just my opportunity to like reach out and like help you, bring you to the table and give you some advice and stuff from me, you know, a few years ahead, but it's also like a chance for us to, we've talked from tech. We've talked about issues with process Scrum, dealing with difficult team members or companies, and then just like also our professional journey, where we want to be, what are our goals. And over the last 5 years, we've done like, it's kind of gone beyond even all of that because of COVID and everything. We kind of went into, started podcasts, and we were talking about our podcast journey and all of the things. So it's really been like really helpful for me and on so many levels. Like I always look forward to chatting with you because I feel like for me, it's sort of like tech therapy. Like once a month, I know.
Shout out to my therapist.
Once a month, I know I can chat with you, and like we are each other's supporters.
Yes.
Like a therapist would be. Like we're totally biased in the fact that we want to support each other, encourage each other, and like always on our side. Like we're on each other's team, even though we've never worked together directly.
Yeah.
So I think that's really cool. I'm wondering like, what if someone's thinking about trying to find mentorship, or what's some advice you would give to someone who's watching this?
The first thing that I'll say is that you just ask, you just try. I know that that's like such a hard thing to do because you never know like who's going to say no. I've talked about this before in some of my content, where you know, the worst thing that people can do is say no. And that's not necessarily bad. A rejection is normally a redirection into something else, something better. And being open to those experiences where you potentially like find a mentor in unexpected ways, I think is the best advice that I can give, because I was not expecting this to be as glorious and as productive and as amazing as it has been with our relationship. And then being able to also like spread that knowledge around to others, like being able to lift people up behind you as well. You gave me the confidence to teach at the boot camps that I had went to and things, just like going for it and just seeing what happens. And that has opened up so many doors for me. And I hope that people understand that it really is just about like spreading that kindness and just like trying something. You know, you never know what will happen. You just need to put yourself out there, just a little push.
100%.
Yes.
I think for me, I would encourage people to make themselves available to be a mentor. Like, you don't have to be an expert in your field. You just have to be available. And whether you like find people on meetups or your boot camp or college or campus, whatever it is, like being available and letting people know, hey, I'm willing to give an hour of my time a month. I really want to be there for you. And it's like so impactful on so many levels. And I also think that also another note about being a mentor in that relationship is that it's just about you listening and really hearing where where the other person's at and being supportive, giving advice, maybe sometimes like some like not critical, but just hard advice,
tough love.
Like, hey, you need to learn Ruby on Rails. No, that's not. I've been trying for 5 years. It hasn't happened.
She's definitely she's getting there. We're getting there.
So I think that it's such a wonderful relationship, and we encourage everyone to be there, because the more of us that do this, the better and more inclusive and more supportive our entire tech environment will be. And not everyone has the opportunity to work for a culture like Stitch Fix, where I've worked with so many amazing colleagues and had mentors directly in Stitch Fix. So like, I think that, being able to be that light, share that outside and bring everyone in is super important. So, so if you have any questions, we're excited to chat with you about it. Please reach out. We have our LinkedIn and all of our information with the program notes, but yeah. I think that's it. I don't know.
We really appreciate you all coming to see our talk and things.
Great. And hopefully we're going to be meeting in person for the first time in New York. We're really hoping for this. So
cross fingers. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks.
Well, alrighty. Thank you. That was fantastic. Everyone, don't forget to address your questions for our speakers in the Discord. Next in our program is a break and discussion room on accessibility, how to implement it, how to maintain it, and how to convince your team to do it in the first place. These amazing speakers and more will be there with you in the spatial chat. So that's spatial.chat in the room for this accessibility discussion. Our next talk is Jasper, building a Node.js runtime for the browser. Jasper is a staff software engineer at Code Sandbox, pushing the boundaries of what is possible with web technology. Jasper is a performance-obsessed Rust enthusiast and loves building developer-friendly tools. Jasper, the stage is yours.
Hey, I'm Jasper. I'm a staff engineer at Code Sandbox, and I'll give a talk about how we built our Node.js compatible runtime for the browser called Nodebox. So why do we actually build a Node.js compatible runtime for the browser? We wanted to build a Node.js compatible runtime because we wanted to allow our playground library Sandpack to run small projects, like, for example, a small Next.js example, Feed example, or an Express.js application, mainly for the purposes of documentation. And so what did we need to build to actually make this possible? There's a lot of stuff that goes into Node.js. For example, we had to build a file system, HTTP server, and WebSockets support. We had to build modules. We had to be able to fetch NPM modules. We also had to make sure that we had a child process support, as most libraries and frameworks rely heavily on that. And there's also a lot of more smaller libraries and other standard libraries in Node that we had to support to make all this work. So we actually had a lot of help from existing libraries, because there's a lot of stuff out there from the Browserify ecosystem. For example, there's Assert, and then there's like zlib. There's also Buffer and Events, or Path, String Decoder, like URL utils. a readable stream by the Node team, which helps us build stream support. And then there's also like crypto and a bunch of other ones that are not listed on this slide. So a general overview of how Notebooks actually works. So we have our main manager, which controls everything in the sort of our virtual environment. And that spawns processes, which are actual Node processes, or try to be Node processes. They mimic it. And then we also have previews, which is sort of like your HTTP server, which goes through our preview manager, which we built, which then starts like iframes to mimic this HTTP server behavior. And our node processes are actually web workers, which then also have their own contained process, similar to how Node works. So how does a node process work in our environment? So as I said before, we use web workers. To do this, we initialize each worker by sending it a file system buffer and environment variables and a bunch of other small config options we have in Notebox. Well, once this happens, the worker spins up and starts doing its initializing work, which is building the file system tree, loading some WebAssembly files, which we use, for example, for transpiling our code, or some things like broadly compression, which doesn't really exist in the browser at the time. And we also have things like waiting for it to finish at the end, and then we go into actually loading the rest of the stuff. So once the worker's ready, we send it back to main, and once it's in main, main knows our worker's ready, and then we can do like running a command. For example, running next.js is as simple as passing it a JSON command next with arguments def, and then it spins up a whole next.js server. How it does this is by going into our node modules and resolving the next binary, which is actually just a JavaScript file in the end. So we resolve that, which ends up being like .bin/next, and that is a symlink to /node/next/cli.mjs or something. And then we run that actual script as like node, the resolve file, and then def, which we pass as argvs to our module. And then we use that to evaluate the module. How we do that is by wrapping our module in our own like global, which we build, which contains most globals node modules expect, like the module global require. There's a couple other ES module stuff, and then global this, which is all different from the browser, and we try to make it believe that it's running in a node environment by this instead of the actual browser. So we also set certain browser globals to undefined or null. And then we run it in a function. We wrap it in a function with our global arguments, so the code believes these are our new globals instead of the actual globals that the browser has. And then we also do the apply, where we override the this to be our global this instead of the browser's this. So it really believes it's inside of a node environment while it's still running inside a browser. So how does our file system work? Our file system works in a way that it's our main process has the whole file system state, and all our workers have eventual consistency. For example, here we have an example of how it writes to a file system. So in the module, you have like import fs, and then you call fs.write. That write then gets sent to our file system state, which instantly syncs it inside its own state. And then it sends a message through our worker bus to the main process to say, like, I've written some file. Can you synchronize it across our entire state of the application? And then the main file system state also receives that, updates its internal state, and then emits it to all other workers. So in this case, there's just one other worker which receives this message and then also updates its own file system state. So if there would now be a second module in worker 2 that tries to read that file, it would get the latest state. So how does reading then work? Reading is a lot simpler because you already have the whole state of the file system in your process. So it's just your module has the file system standard library, and then you do fs.read. And then it just instantly looks it up in a map in the file system state and resolves it without any passing of messages or anything. It's just instant. It's incredibly fast. And then we also have HTTP support. This is quite a bit more complicated than file system. So let's start off with starting a simple HTTP server. For example, on port 3000. So we have our module, which like you have the standard boilerplate HTTP server code, and then you call HTTP server.listen with a port in the end. And once you do that, our notebox environment goes out the module, and then it sends a message through our worker to say start HTTP server on port 3000. Then main receives that, passes it on to the preview manager, which manages all previews and servers, which could be compared to sockets on an operating system. And then the preview manager says open an iframe to actually register this port. That iframe contains what we call a preview relay, which is a unique domain name with some initialization script that we build at Code Sandbox. The initialization script starts a service worker, which then listens for the requests that come in. And once that is ready, it says, I'm ready to receive requests. And then we go back to the preview manager with that ready message through our relay. And then the preview manager sends this to Sandpack, which actually spawns another preview frame, which actually previews your application. Like the relay has this initializing script and it doesn't preview anything. The preview frame actually contains your application. And once it's done that, it goes back to workers to say it's ready, and then you will get in your module like a listening event on your HTTP server. And then it's just like regular Node.js. And how does requests work in this whole setup? So you have your preview frame, which contains your application. You do an HTTP request, for example, loading the index.html. It goes through the service worker that intercepts that request, and then it says to the relay, I've received the request. The relay then says to the preview manager, there's a request here for you to handle. And the preview manager knows where the server is running in our whole worker web of workers. So it goes through main, then main forwards it to the worker. That worker then emits a request event to your module, and then you handle it like regular Node, and then eventually you'll get a response. That response then goes again through that worker, then back through main, back to the preview manager, then the preview manager sends it again to the relay, and there's a unique ID to this, so it's tracked across the whole graph. And then once preview relay has this response, it says to the service worker, I have a response for your request with ID something, and then it sends that response to your preview frame like you would do with a regular service worker. Just here it goes through a bunch of workers and like relays to a mock server instead of a real server. But then we also have WebSocket support, which does a similar thing. It mocks the actual WebSocket by overriding the global with something we call the mock WebSocket. And we built it entirely here at Code Sandbox, where we have like overwritten every method of that WebSocket to be compatible with Nodebox instead of using actual WebSockets. This only happens when it's localhost or the local IP. Then it uses the mock logic, and otherwise it just uses the real WebSocket, because you might still want to connect to a real web server, even in your small playground projects. So let's see how that works. So again, we start from, for example, a preview frame that says, I want to send a WebSocket message, and then it goes through the service worker again, like the same way as a request. Like actually the first message in a WebSocket is an upgrade request, and that does exactly the same as before. But now you want to send a message. So we send it through a service worker. Service worker does it back to the relay and back to preview manager, knows where that server's running because you first did a request to start a WebSocket, and then the module will handle it. And then you respond to it, for example, with another WebSocket.send. And then you go through the worker, through main again, preview manager, preview relay, same as before. And then it emits this again to the service worker, back to the preview frame. And now we basically have WebSocket support as well. And with all that, you have a pretty basic web server running. For example, here you have a simple hello world that even prints to the console that the server's running when listen is done. And with all these building blocks, you can actually build something like this yourself. Like theoretically, it's identical to how Nodebox works. You can actually try this out at nodebox.codesandbox.io. We have a ton of templates built on top of Sandpack that you can play around with, like Node.js, Next.js, Vite, React in Vite, React in our Sandpack browser environment, Vue in Vite, but also Vue in our browser sandbox environment. And then you have like Svelte, again, 2 environments. And then Astro we also support. And you can play around with anything that's Node compatible and see if it works. If it doesn't, you can always open a ticket on GitHub for us to fix it. Thank you for listening. You can find me on Twitter at Jasper Demore, and you can also find CodeSandbox on Twitter at CodeSandbox. Again, you can play around with all this at nodebox.codesandbox.com, and thanks again for listening.
Well, thank you. That was an amazing talk. And everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers in the Discord. Thanks to Cloudflare, one of our gold sponsors. Cloudflare lets you build and deploy React applications with Cloudflare pages in moments. So check it out today. Our next talk is from Chris. Trees aren't just foliage, ASTs and practical usage. A lifelong snowboarder, Chris loves long walks in the snow and toppling end over end through deep powder. His words, not mine. He has a passion for streaming software development on Twitch and loves to just chat about tech and hang out. So everyone go to base-camp-qna, leave some clap emojis and some questions for our speaker, Chris. Chris, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone, my name's Chris, and today I'll be talking about ASTs and how trees aren't just foliage. So first, who am I? I stream programming way too much on Twitch, I'm a lazy YouTuber, and I'm a senior front-end engineer at Fairwinds. At Fairwinds, we can help you optimize and manage your Kubernetes clusters at scale. So first, what is an AST? It's a type of syntax tree. Concrete syntax trees represent every detail of our code. That means the parentheses, the brackets, the semicolons, the indentation, all of it. Abstract syntax trees actually represent the important bits of our code. So if we think about an if statement, the clause as well as the block are separate nodes but still related and linked together. Let's take a look at an image that explains it a bit more. So here we have an example of a statement sequence. Within that statement sequence, we see a while loop and a return statement. Within the while loop, we see the condition and the body. And within the condition, we see a comparison operator and the things being compared. All of these things kind of branch and tie together almost like a family tree, which is kind of interesting. Some popular tools that most of us are using day to day are Babel, TypeScript, ESLint, and Prettier. All of these use ASTs to make our developer experience better. So what are they doing? What are some common use cases for them? Why would you want to use ASTs to write dev tools? Well, some use cases are compiling, code analysis, editor tooling, and code mods. For compiling, we could think maybe about TypeScript being turned into JavaScript via TSC, which stands for TypeScript Compiler. Back in the day, turning ES6 into ES5 via Babel is one way to go. Now we use more modern versions of JavaScript in browsers that might not support them yet. That's what Babel is doing. And technically, Babel used to be called 6.5 when it was limited to ES6 and ES5. We also have JSX being turned into React.createElement. That's another compiler step. And compilers in general for other languages. You know, turning C into assembly. That's another way of compiling using ASTs. When we think about code analysis, ESLint is probably the first thing we think of, but there's some older tools like JSHint that were not AST based. The reason that ESLint is the one we all care about and think about these days is because it's easier to write a rule or an extension to ESLint via ASTs rather than the way JSHint was doing it back in the day. For editor tooling, we could consider formatting. Prettier is breaking our code down into an AST and building it back up again with the, standard indentation, where the brackets go, all those things in a pure standard formatted way that we don't have to care about or manually do by hand, which is awesome. Type annotations in JetBrains editors are really cool. So you could get the names of arguments to a function annotated. If you're not passing an object with props, if you're passing ordered arguments, having those named is really nice as a developer experience. They can also annotate inferred types when you're assigning a variable or a return value. And another really interesting editor tooling aspect is syntax highlighting. Now, keep in mind that most syntax highlighting is TextMate grammar based, which is fundamentally regular expressions under the hood. But VS Code ships a feature called semantic highlighting that uses knowledge from the language servers for various languages to give us a little bit more accurate highlighting of what's going on in our code. And finally, code mods. So think about framework upgrades. Nowadays, we don't have to do import React from React. And if you have a code base that is doing it, if you've updated your bundlers or compilers, you might not need to do that anymore. So instead, we could have React Code Mod remove that for us automatically throughout the entire code base instead of going file by file, manually removing those things. Another option is turning function.bindThis into an arrow function, which is what a .bindThis for a function is doing under the hood, but it's just syntactic sugar. All of these things are just nice for framework and library authors to implement as things that help us upgrade and stay up to date because they don't want to treat and deal with bugs for legacy versions of their framework anyway. So how could you write some tools using ASTs? What are some tools to write tools? Well, let's look at TS, that is TypeScript. Let's look at Unist, TS-Morph, and TreeSitter. Those are the ones that I'm really going to dig into. So TS is literally TypeScript. You would just import TypeScript, do ts.createSourceFile from the text snippet that you have, and then you can iterate every node within that tree using for each child, looking for the node type that you're caring about. Here, I'm looking for a class declaration. Unist is very interesting because there is no standard for how ASTs should specify props and how we can understand what parts of the code they're from and what type of node it is, etc. One thing to remember, though, is that Unist is not intended to be self-sufficient. It's a baseline for other things to use. So HAST for HTML, MDAST for Markdown, ZAST for XML, or SAST for CSS, SCS, and less. All of these tools add their own props to that node type that help give us a little more information about what the code is doing and more metadata that we can use to manipulate that code or understand it better. One important thing is there's something like 32 utility functions written for Unist, and there's probably even more. All of these utility functions can be used for any Unist-compatible syntax tree, which means you don't have to write a lot of those visitor pattern functions by hand, which is really cool. TS-Morph is very interesting because it is useful for code transformations. Think code mods like React Code Mod. I believe React Code Mod uses JS Code Shift, but I could be wrong about that. But still, TS-Morph is something I have experience with from my own usage, and it's quite useful. One thing to remember, though, is it is not Unist compatible. I believe it's using a very similar node to TypeScript, so you're not going to be able to use any of those utility functions from the Unist ecosystem. TS-Morph does have some really good functions for manipulating code, but as far as traversing your code, you may want to write some custom functions for that yourself. And ESLint is another interesting way of creating your own AST-based tools. You could write your own rules that enforce coding standards at your organization, and that's awesome. One thing to remember, though, is it's not the same AST structure that you've become familiar with Unist or TypeScript. The reason for that is very simple. It existed before those things were prevalent enough to, build on top of. And another interesting part of writing a rule for ESLint is that you pass an object to ESLint that has a prop that is a selector and a function for that prop that is a callback function that ESLint's going to call as it traverses the tree. Why is this important? Well, if every rule traversed the tree from top to bottom on its own, ESLint would be really slow. So instead, it can do a single traversal, call your callback function when you hit a node that you're looking for, and then from there you can navigate relative to that node that you found. So you can still crawl the tree a bit, but you don't want to do an entire traversal most of the time. And last but not least, Tree Sitter is very interesting. It ships with NeoVim by default, I believe, and it supports a lot of languages. It's written in pure C, which makes it really portable. So it's usable in many languages, and that means that it's also compilable to WASM, which is cool. Like, you can use it in your browser now. So you could write basically an IDE or a text editor of some kind with, parser-specific knowledge right there in the browser with no server necessary. One thing to remember about the WASM output is that some of the parsers for Tree Sitter don't necessarily compile to WASM very well. I ran into it a couple years ago, maybe a year ago, where I think like 8 of the 40 plus parsers that I had available did not compile to WASM properly, which is fine. But maybe they've improved it and there's always room for more to be created. So yeah, you could support 40 plus languages in the browser writing your own tool. So yes, I know I kind of glossed over a few things. I jumped a little quickly, but hopefully you have enough keywords and knowledge to go research some of these things and write some tools that will help improve your life and the developers on your team's lives around you. Thank you for letting me speak, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference.
Well, thank you. That was fantastic. And everyone, don't forget to chat with our speakers on the Discord. Next up, we have Crane with how Realm by MongoDB is testing native modules on your device. Crane is a senior software engineer at MongoDB, contributing primarily to Realm.js and its related packages. He has built and maintained multiple React apps, including the Realm Cloud, replaced by MongoDB Atlas post-acquisition, and Realm Studio, an Electron app to browse the Realm database. Crane, the stage is yours.
Hi there, I'm Crane. I work for MongoDB on what we used to call Realm, but is now known as the Atlas Device SDKs. I help build and maintain our TypeScript package, supporting multiple operating systems, platforms, and JavaScript engines. And today I want to share a technique we use to help test our code anywhere it needs to run. MongoDB Atlas is a multi-cloud developer data platform, an integrated suite of cloud database and data services, enabling you to build with data. And one part of this is about bringing data closer to where it's being used. And we call this Atlas for the edge. One place where your data is being used is in your end users' mobile devices. And for that, we built the Atlas Device SDKs, formerly known as Realm. So the Atlas Device SDKs features a local database running in the app. It has bidirectional synchronization of data between the app and the database running in the cloud. And it doesn't require internet connectivity unless it needs to synchronize, of course. And because it doesn't have this requirement, when you read and write data, it's very low latency. And besides those APIs, we also have APIs to observe data as they change on the server and propagates to the device. And this enables you to build truly reactive user experiences. Besides TypeScript, we have support for Swift, Kotlin, .NET, just to name a few. And for that to happen, we have a common core component written in C++. And our team leverage code generation to expose this core component as a TypeScript interface on which we build the SDK on top of. And for that to happen, we generate code, glue code, binding code we call it, between this core component and the various JavaScript engines and their C++ APIs. We currently support JavaScript Core and Hermes via JSI for React Native, and we also support V8 via NAPI for Node.js and Electron.
We also have a preview of WASM support for the browsers. So we have all this handcrafted TypeScript code and rules that we use to generate code for all these different platforms with JavaScript engines that behave slightly differently. So we want to naturally test this across all the supported platforms before releasing something into the apps of thousands of users. And when I joined, we had a single package exporting multiple async functions, and we had specific test environments that were handcrafted code, some of it native, that wasn't tested at all. It was a nightmare to maintain, especially as we wanted to progress and update these environments to the newest versions of the platforms we supported. And this lack of developer experience grew on me. I just wanted to be able to run the test in watch mode on any platform that we supported, have an awesome developer experience, and instead of spending my time upgrading these platform runners or platform-specific running code. And I thought to myself, what if we just ran the same code across all the platforms and we drove it from the comfort of our terminals, and we could write and maintain and more importantly test this code separately from the environments in which we tested. I essentially just wanted to run a CLI on my host machine, execute the tests on device, and get the reporting back on my host machine. So in 2019, that's exactly what I built. I built this around Mocha. Honestly, probably didn't do too much investigation. It looked popular, and I knew that it could run tests both on Node.js and in a browser, and it was used elsewhere in our organization. And the Mocha CLI, basically, this is a slide about the simplified architecture of Mocha. Basically, once you execute the CLI, it instantiates a runner, which requires in the test files, and then it starts execution. And the progress of passing and failing tests are emitted through events back to the CLI, which is then relayed to the reporters. And I named my tool Mocha Remote based on this. It's not as popular as Mocha, as you can see, and mostly it's 900 weekly downloads. Most of them are probably our CI. And this is part of why I want to share this story today. And I tried reusing the Mocha CLI, but I found it difficult to extend because the runner itself is not extendable, or it's not possible to configure from the CLI of Mocha. But it fortunately was very easy to re-implement that, and the Mocha Remote CLI now supports almost all of the options that you can pass to Mocha, including grabbing for a test title, setting timeouts, specifying reporters, watching, and then also a context, which I will show later. So the Mocha runner, the original Mocha runner, I was actually able to bundle that into a runtime independent variant using Webpack. And this is what runs on the various platforms. Instead of just simple events using event emitting, we use a WebSocket connection between the runner client and the Mocha Remote CLI server. And once the client connects to the server, it will get a message to start running tests. The client or the runner will execute a test function supplied by the developer, which will basically define the tests either by importing them or just defining them inline. And once the test runner starts running, it will start sending these passing and failing tests events over WebSocket back to the CLI, which is propagated to the reporters. This is what it looks like when you invoke the Mocha Remote CLI. And you can see we grep for all the tests that has connects in the title. And we also supply this context, in this case, an API URL, which is propagated to through this system into the runner. And I'll show this in a second. We also supply the subcommand node run test app.js, which is responsible for starting up the test app. And the lifetime of this subcommand and the Mocha Remote CLI is linked together in a way that if the subcommand exits prematurely, the Mocha Remote CLI will also exit, and vice versa. yeah, so it also ensures that the correct status code is propagated when the tests are failing in the device, or the device crashes or whatever. The Mocha Remote CLI will get the correct non-zero exit code. Cool. I believe this is almost time for demos. I just want to show here this is what it looks like in the client. It gets the test, or you supply the tests function, and it gets a context passed as argument. And you can see how this context is able to be used when we instantiate this MyApp instance. Cool. I want to show first invoking the Mocha Remote CLI here on Node.js. And this starts up a separate node process that executes the tests. We can also do it for Android here. It will basically invoke the Metro bundler as one part of it, and the other part of the subcommand will execute the React Native CLI, and you can see the emulator will start up and starts requiring in the bundle and execute the tests. And thankfully it passed, which is great. I don't want to spend time. We can also do it for iOS, but yeah, let's go back to the slides. Good. So Mocha was popular in 2016 when we started the Realm.js project. Arguably, it's still popular with 7 million weekly downloads, but not as popular as Jest. And Jest is the de facto standard in React Native projects. And this is why I've also started the Jest remote package. It's built around the same architecture, and it's a good match because the Jest runner is actually pluggable from the CLI. So it's possible to specify this Jest remote runner. And currently, in its current form, as I'm recording this, it supports running the tests in a separate node process. But my vision is to, of course, support all the other platforms that we also support with Mocha Remote. Another competitor, you can say, an alternative to Jest is, which is catching a lot of attention from the React Web community especially, is vtest. And from my initial investigations and conversations with maintainers, it looks like this will be an even better match, as it also has experimental browser mode. So the runner is already built in a way that's platform and runtime independent. Thank you so much for your time and attention. This is a rare commodity these days, and I hope that you found this useful, especially if you too is a maintainer of a package like this. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. All my social media handles are in my GitNation profile. Also, please help me build this for vtest or Jest if you want to, if you have time and think it's interesting. I wish you the best of luck with all of your endeavors. Goodbye and have an awesome rest of your day.
Well, thank you. That was a great talk, truly. And everyone, don't forget to address your questions to our speakers in the Discord. And also, check out our silver sponsors, SourceGraph, Reply, Canva Developers, and ImageX. Sponsors, thank you for sponsoring. Our last talk today, closing out strong, is Cecilia Martinez with Automating React Native Deployments. Cecilia is a developer advocate for AppFlow at Ionic, a company that helps web developers build cross-platform applications using modern technology. Cecilia is dedicated to creating better, more inclusive developer experiences for all. Previous companies include Cypress and Replay, with areas of expertise including this whole list: web and mobile development, testing, developer tools, and open source. Cecilia does it all. She's a lead volunteer with Women Who Code Frontend, chapter head of Out in Tech Atlanta, and a GitHub star. Cecilia, the stage is yours.
Hi, welcome to Automating React Native Deployments. I am Cecilia Martinez. I am a developer advocate for AppFlow, the CI/CD platform built by Ionic. You can feel free to connect with me on Twitter or GitHub at Cecilia Creates, or on LinkedIn using my name, Cecilia Martinez. I'm here today to talk to you about shipping React Native apps, specifically the deployment process. For many developers, the deployment process is very manual and very complex. You have to prepare your app code for distribution. You have to compile the signed native binary. You also have to deliver that native binary to the app stores, both for iOS and for Android, and deploy that to manual testers in order to actually make sure that your application works as expected. Once you've gone through all of that, you still have to publish your app for all users and ensure that you have ongoing support. Now, there are some benefits to implementing automation into this process. So in this talk, we're going to review some ways that you can incrementally implement automation into certain high impact areas of the deployment process. First, we'll start talking about configuration. So one of the areas where you can implement automation in the configuration aspect is to auto-update configuration values like the build ID. So typically for each new version of your application, you're going to want a fresh build number for iOS and a version code for Android. This can be very tedious to do manually, especially for React Native apps, because you need to go into the source code for each of those platforms and update it. Being able to do this automatically in a CI environment makes it much easier and ensures that all your developers are on the same page. To do this, you can use a tool like Trapeze. Trapeze is a free and open source tool built by Ionic. You can learn more at trapeze.dev/talks. But Trapeze allows you to use YAML to create a file that contains instructions for how you'd like to configure native applications. So in this case, we are using a CI build number environment variable. This is typically provided by your CI/CD environment. So whether you're using GitHub Actions, Circle CI, or in this case, we're talking about AppFlow, you can update this to be whatever the CI build number environment variable is. We're then matching that CI build number to either the iOS build number or your Android version code, depending on what platform that you're building for. Then you'll, in your package.json for your React Native app, you will have a script. So in this case, we have a CI configure script that will run Trapeze and reference that ci.yaml file that we just looked at. Based on what platform that you're building for, again, this is a environment variable provided by your CI/CD provider, will update either that iOS build number or the Android version code. This is not only helpful to ensure that you always have a fresh build number, but it's also good for things like debugging, for testing, and grabbing build logs from your CI environment because they will always match up to the version code of your app. Next, let's talk about building. So if you would decide to automate your build process, it can be really high impact because there's so much that goes into building for native iOS and Android. You need to trigger the native build. You need to install the dependencies that are required for your build. And if you're building for release or for App Store, you need to decode and apply signing credentials, as well as finally upload that build artifact. Let's take a look at a GitHub Actions example for a simple Android debug build. This is probably the simplest automated build that you can do. So the trigger is workflow dispatch. This is a manual dispatch, but you could do things like, pushing to a branch or a new commit. We're running on Linux and we are checking out our code. Here's where we're installing our dependencies. So even though Java and Android Studio is installed in GitHub Actions by default, we do need to set it up to be the correct version to correspond to our React Native app. And we also want to cache Gradle for improved performance. We're also installing the dependencies that we need for React Native. In this next step here, we're bundling the app. This is required before you actually build when you're doing Android debug. Then we're going to use Gradle to actually create that native assemble debug binary. Finally, we want to ensure that that APK file gets out of our build environment. So we're using the upload build artifact GitHub action in order to and we're also passing through that path in order to be able to access that APK file. Now, as I mentioned, this is about the simplest one you can do. It's an Android debug build, so we don't need any signing credentials. If you're doing an Android release build or any kind of iOS build, not for simulators, then it gets a lot more complicated. For Android, you'll need to specify your key store file, password, key alias, and key password in your build.gradle file. However, the more complicated part is ensuring that these files and passwords are available in your CI environment. And because it's a file and not just a text-based password, you're going to need to actually encode that in base-64 and then decode that in part of your build process. So for iOS, for example, this is what it looks like with GitHub Actions. You have in your secrets, you have your stored base-64 certificate and provisioning profile, as well as the passwords. But then you also do need to encode and decode that. Because this can get super complicated and easy to mess up, I highly recommend that you use signing credentials tooling. This can be pre-built steps or actions. So if you're using GitHub Actions, or it could be incorporated into like Circle CI for your CI/CD environment, or you can use a tool for cloud credentials management like Fastlane, Match, or AppFlow. As an example, in AppFlow, you can upload your Android and iOS credentials so that they're stored on AppFlow servers. Then, whenever you create a new build, we automatically apply the signing certificate that corresponds to the target platform and build type. So we handle all of that decoding and encoding for you so that you don't have to worry about it as part of your build. Finally, let's take a look at uploading and testing and how you can incorporate automation here. Now, whenever you want to distribute the binaries that you've just created to your manual testers, you'll typically use Google Play Console or App Store Connect in order to distribute to testing tracks or to test flight. If you want to do this automatically, this upload step, you can leverage App Store developer APIs. You can also use a CI/CD integration tool like Fastlane, or you can also use a mobile CI/CD platform like Bitrise or AppFlow to automate this upload step. Let's take a look at Fastlane first. Fastlane is an open source tool currently maintained by Google. You can learn more at docs.fastlane.tools. With Fastlane, you create a kind of YAML type file called a fast file, but it has its own syntax. So in the first lane, as you can see here, we have a number of steps that we're performing. We're going to increment the build number. We're going to build the app, and then we're going to upload it to test flight. These are steps that are provided by Fastlane. However, you do need to ensure that your credentials and everything is set up in your environment so that you can actually connect to your App Store Connect account. If you're using a mobile CI/CD platform such as AppFlow, you can create an automation that also connects to your App Store Connect account. So here, when we have a test flight automation that whenever we push to our Git main branch, it creates a new iOS App Store build using our signing certificate, and then it uploads it to the App Store to our test flight destination. This means that every time I push a change, a new version is uploaded to App Store Connect and is immediately available to all of my test flight testers. Well, we covered a lot in a very short time, so if you are looking for more ways to automate your React Native deployments, check out this free ebook, Solving Mobile CI/CD with AppFlow, using the link or the QR code on the screen. And feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. Again, I'm at Cecilia Creates. Thank you.
Well, alrighty. Thank you so much for the amazing talk. Everyone, don't forget to ask questions and post comments to the speakers in our Discord. We've got 2 discussion rooms to remind you about. At 2:20 p.m., we got one on TypeScript with these amazing speakers and me. Really excited about that one. And then at 3:30 p.m., Design Systems with these awesome speakers. For both of those, that's going to be on the Spatial chat, spatial.chat. But with all that being said, that's a wrap. Thank you, everyone, speakers, sponsors, audience. This has been an amazing time. I want to give a quick shout out to Git Nation. The team did an amazing amount of work to get this to happen. So seriously, Git Nation, thank you and congratulations for organizing the biggest React conference in the world. My gosh. Also, thank you to the sponsors. Y'all made this possible with your support. Thank you for supporting the React community. Lastly, everyone, your feedback is really important to us. It helps us keep the audience and speakers and everyone happy and make the event better and better over the years. So please, give us feedback. We have a form. The QR code is on the slide, reactsummit.com/feedback. Leave your feedback and thoughts there. And also, fun fact, surprise, surprise, React Summit US is going to happen again next November. Grab your Blind Bird tickets on the website. We'll also send you an email with the link to get them. So let's do this again next year. Woo! And everyone, thank you so much for being here with us today. I hope to see you again next year. Bye!
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code. So your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed Community Edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise Edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.
We are one of the biggest fashion retailers within Europe.
We were looking for a provider or a solution that is helping us to provide the scalability and flexibility that we need, especially during times of peak traffic.
We choose Cloudflare because Cloudflare has many points of presence in Europe.
Cloudflare is a cutting-edge platform that solves many of the problems that we've seen in the past in terms of scalability.
Grid is a high-performance 100% React data grid that easily handles hundreds of thousands of rows. It's available as a free MIT-licensed community edition, which you are free to use in commercial applications, and the Enterprise edition can handle millions of rows when you use our built-in server-side row model, and it even comes with integrated charts. Learn more at aggrid.com.
Get complete control over your content. Focus on code rather than assisting editors all day. Generate TypeScript types from content model and eliminate issues at build time. Use AI or integrate any other service. Deliver standout experiences with content.ai.
Don't panic, get Sentry. Speed up slowdowns and prevent crashes in React Native with just 5 lines of code, so your customers can actually buy your product and you can get back to whatever it is you do for fun.